Yep. We'll sing some O Canada first, though, right? And what about Monsieur Loza?
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for me. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
En ouvrez les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Kind man, or as his partner of 50 years would say, the kindest man. Roger Thibault left us and husband Theo Wouters after a long battle with Parkinson's. Roger and Theo were trailblazers. They became the first same-sex couple to be legally joined by civil union in Quebec 2 years before same-sex marriage came into being. Sadly, they faced acute intolerance for over a decade, something that ultimately spurred a march outside their Pointe Claire home that drew thousands of supporters. This would eventually lead to the creation of the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia.
In May of this year, Roger and Theo were made honorary citizens of Montreal in recognition of their decades-long fight to advance 2S LGBTQI+ rights. We offer our deepest condolences to Theo and all HoC's family and friends as they grieve this painful loss.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and it is a time for us to recognize and support the importance of childhood cancer research while remembering those young lives who have been taken away from us far too soon. One of these new angels was Jordy Pepperall, a beautiful 6-year-old little girl who recently passed, leaving behind her older brother Jack and loving parents Lindsay and Colin. According to Childhood Cancer Canada, over 80% of children with cancer will now have a cure. However, many will continue to experience serious health issues later in life. Research on the development of future treatments is critically important, as is the need for funds to assist this essential work. I want to take this opportunity then to thank all those who participated in the recent Terry Fox runs in both Niagara Falls and Niagara-on-the-Lake. I also want to recognize Niagara Falls councillors Mike Strange and Victor Pietrangelo for raising over $60,000 for childhood cancer research and in support of the Ronald McDonald House in Hamilton. Speaker, no child should have to endure cancer, and families should not have to go through this alone. Thank you to the residents of Niagara for coming together to show that we are all in this battle together.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I had the pleasure of connecting with the hardworking residents of Brampton, whether through roundtables, community events, or my annual barbecue attended by hundreds of residents, or simply by knocking on doors and listening to their concerns. They told me that we need to take strong action to address affordability, build more housing, and exactly what we are doing with Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. Tangible measures like these with respectful debate is exactly what Canadians expect from their parliamentarians. Not daily shouting and heckling. Not polarization, Mr. Speaker. As we start the fall session, I encourage all members to work collaboratively and set aside the partisan games. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, on October 1st, we'll be marking the International Day for Seniors. This day aims to raise public awareness of seniors' issues, including abuse, and it's important to mark the contributions seniors make to society. This year in particular, it's also an opportunity to eliminate discrimination based on age. Next week, we will be debating the Bloc's Bill C-319, which would rectify an inequality based on age among younger seniors and older seniors when it comes to their benefit entitlement. When seniors are on a fixed income, they pay the highest price for these current economic times. Let's put partisanship aside and support our bill. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, with fall colours just starting to show, Rigaud is the place to be. This year, the Rigaud Festival of Colours is in its 25th year with more music, more activities, and more fun on October 7th, 8th, and 9th. All the people of the riding are invited to take a part in this extraordinary event, which wouldn't be possible without the outstanding work of Christiane Levesque and her team of incredible volunteers, with the support of Heritage Canada, the Mayor Marie-Claude Frigo, and the whole team at the City of Rigaud. I would encourage everyone in our beautiful community to turn up and admire the magnificent countryside of Mont Rigaud and to come and take part in the activities for young and old in the 25th Festival of Colours.
Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
B'nai B'rith, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, and the Jewish community are all demanding an apology from the Prime Minister for allowing a Nazi veteran of the 14th Waffen Grenadier Division of the SS to be honored on the floor of the House of Commons. This is an appalling error in judgment on the part of the Prime Minister, whose diplomatic protocol office has massive resources for vetting all guests to this place. Only Liberals had the opportunity to vet this individual's past. Allowing a Waffen SS Nazi to be honored in this place has embarrassed Canada on the international stage, embarrassed President Zelensky, caused a diplomatic disaster, and has handed the Kremlin and its illegal invasion a propaganda win. The Prime Minister has brought shame on this House, emboldened the Russians, and deeply offended the Jewish community. Will he stand in this House today, finally take responsibility, get up on his feet, do the right thing, and apologize?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the summer, we lost one of Canada's greatest architects, Raymond Moriyama, a proud Japanese Canadian who built his first structure in a BC internment camp during the Second World War. He would go on to design some of the most iconic buildings in Canada. These include the Canadian War Museum, Ottawa City Hall, the Batashu Museum, the Toronto Reference Library, and the Ontario Science Centre. In Scarborough, we can thank him for his work on our most iconic local structure, the Scarborough Civic Centre. This Sunday, we will celebrate the 50th anniversary of this landmark and visible symbol of Scarborough. Moriyama's designs are iconic, and they will continue to delight Canadians, young and old, for many years to come. I hope this includes the Ontario Science Centre. Thank you, Raymond Moriyama, for your contributions to Canada. May your legacy long endure.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, on September 30th, Indigenous people and Canadians from across Turtle Island will commemorate the annual National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This day came about because of years of advocacy by Phyllis Webstad and Indigenous people from coast to coast to coast. Elders, knowledge keepers, residential school survivors, and their families are to be thanked for their work in holding settlers account for our actions. I will be spending the day educating myself further and to understand more about how I can walk the path of reconciliation and to understand how the actions that I, myself, put forward impact Indigenous people. I invite all residents of the Sioux, Algoma, and Canada to take part in this day, to educate themselves on how they also can support our efforts in reconciliation. I would like to say Chi Miigwech to the members and elders of Batchewana First Nation, the Métis Nation, Garden River First Nation, the surrounding First Nations, and urban Indigenous peoples for their advice and knowledge on my journey. Through my journey of education, I have been taught that reconciliation is not a checkbox or a list of accomplishments, is a continuation of concrete actions to address concerns, issues, and create positive change in relations with Indigenous peoples. Every day is a good day to educate yourself on reconciliation and the history of Indigenous peoples. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Canada's reputation is tarnished. All over the world, our country is the target of derogatory comment. Worse, Putin's Russia is using us to feed their disinformation. It's a disgrace for us, but above all, it's revolting for millions of people. The Ukrainians who are courageously fighting the Russian ogre, the Jewish community around the world, and also for those who really fought the Nazis. Mr. Speaker, my late father fought the Waffen-SS in Italy, Provence, and the Vosges. He was wounded twice and carried Nazi grenade shrapnel in his skull for the rest of his life. Mentioned in dispatches, awarded a medal, and France bestowed the Legion of Honor on him. In these turbulent times, the head of government must fully take on the responsibilities of state. At a time when our country is experiencing its worst diplomatic crisis ever, silence is unacceptable. That's why, Mr. Speaker, for the good of the country, we ask the Prime Minister to apologize.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Affordability remains a top priority for Canadians, and it remains at the top of Canadians' minds. And I think that it's important that Canadians know that as a government, we continue not only to listen, but to take incremental steps to addressing their most pressing needs. This summer, I heard from folks in London West that housing remained a top priority. And I'm happy to say that the Prime Minister was in London West a few weeks ago announcing a historic investment between a municipal and a federal government, one that will see $74 million in the City of London, adding an extra 2,000 units in the City of London. An extra 2,000 units, Mr. Speaker, will go a long way. It will assure that families and all Londoners can have a place to call home and a place that meets all of their needs. That's the real change, Mr. Speaker, that we want to bring for Canadians, that this government has committed to bring to the Canadians. And I'm a proud member of this government representing London West in this session. I'm happy to be back to continue to be the voice of people in London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Last week, President Zelensky came to Canada looking for more support to defeat the Russian invaders. He should have left here reassured that his visit was a huge success. But instead, the Liberals created a diplomatic nightmare that completely overshadowed President Zelensky's visit. The Prime Minister's negligence has fueled the Russian propaganda machine. The hurt this caused to Ukrainian and Jewish communities is unimaginable. Ukraine has already survived multiple genocides, the Holocaust, the Holodomor, the Sigirinek of the Crimean Tatars. This incident is deeply personal. President Zelensky himself is Jewish and lost family in the Holocaust. His defense minister, Rustem Umerov, is a Muslim Crimean Tatar born in the gulags. It is time for the Prime Minister to stand in his place and publicly apologize to President Zelensky, the people of Ukraine, and indeed to all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock.
The Prime Minister had all the tools at his fingertips to ensure President Zelensky's visit at a time of war was successful. The RCMP, CSIS, and the Parliamentary Protective Service all had massive resources to vet the guest list. Global Affairs, the Privy Council Office, the Diplomatic Protocol Office, on top of the PMO, had an obligation to vet any individual recognized at a globally significant event. All of these departments and offices ultimately report to the Prime Minister. He has tried to shift all the blame to the former Speaker, but the Prime Minister personally invited President Zelensky on short notice, so he is personally responsible. It is the Prime Minister and he alone who is accountable for the success of all state visits. He tries to avoid it, but the buck stops with him. He must apologize to Canadians and to our allies and stop crippling Canada's reputation on the world stage.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, Vancouver Radio is mourning the loss of a big voice backed by an even bigger heart. We've lost Jim Morrison, a mainstay on CKWX radio back in the days when radio was delivered on 50,000-watt AM signals by real people with real talent. To Elaine and Jim's WX family, deepest condolences. But many more of us knew Jim through video and record productions, and especially the UBC Radio Society, where that big voice of his was coupled with warmth and kindness and encouragement for those of us trying with our squeaky young voices to learn the moves. Jim personified the pure joy of being in a craft that we all dreamed to join. Inspired by him, many of us did, learning lessons in our radio days that we've carried forward into other places, including this place. Now, Jim Morrison is riding his mighty 1130 signal out into the stars, where that big voice will forever travel.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I want to congratulate my constituent Florence Douglas on her retirement and long service to Air Force veterans at the 427 Wing in London. 26 years ago, Flo was hired as a temporary bar steward at the Wing, but after only a few months, the directors made her a full-time manager after realizing how invaluable she was. Flo quickly became an integral part of the Wing. She worked many hours beyond what she was paid for, and she was the go-to person for everything. She knew all the names of every member and their guests. She ensured that whomever walked through those doors of the Wing felt welcome and valued. Flo continues to be a cherished member of the Wing and continues to serve veterans in the London East community, even in her retirement. Congratulations, Flo, and thank you so much.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday night, the unspeakable happened on our shores off La Tabatière on the lower North Shore. The Silver Condor sank in the waters of the Gulf of St. Lawrence, taking 3 fishermen with her, 3 men, Dean Lavallée, Yves Jones, and Damon Etheridge. 3 men who practiced one of the most beautiful professions, but also the most dangerous, because the sea gives, but it can also take away, which it did on September 25th. 3 men, our spouses, fathers, brothers, sons, cousins, and friends. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, coasters are just one big family with all their hearts beating together. On behalf of the people of the North Shore and the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to send a message of comfort to all coasters. We are all shipwrecked in these dark days, but we still have love. Damon, Eve, and Dean, we salute you today from down here with our gratitude and admiration. And overhead, that shining star hanging in the firmament, guiding sailors today, you make it shine even brighter.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Who speaks for Canada? Today, our nation's reputation on the world stage is clouded by the story of a tribute to a Nazi instead of support for our allies. When people think of Canada, when they open a newspaper, when they go on social media, when they hear about what happened here, that's all they know.
That's right.
And silence from a prime minister in hiding. This is his shame to bear, not ours. He failed to do even his most basic duty. He has shrunk from the occasion. He has refused to take a responsibility, and he has refused to take accountability. He laid the blame on someone else and asked others to debase themselves to clean up the mess. And worse yet, he asked his MPs to try to strike it from the parliamentary record. This Prime Minister has hurt our country. He's left our allies in the cold. He's humiliated Jews, Poles, veterans, and all Canadians. If he doesn't speak for Canada, it's time that Canadians had a Prime Minister who will. Yeah.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Tourism Day. With breathtaking natural landscapes and outdoor activities, vibrant cities and delicious food, or Indigenous tourism experiences, Canada stands out for all we have to offer the world as hosts. West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country is a microcosm of what Canada has to offer, with world-class skiing in Whistler, outdoor activities throughout the Sea to Sky, UNESCO Biosphere region, in Alcatzum House Sound, and an extensive collection of artists, culinary experiences, and nature adventures on the Sunshine Coast.
In Canada, tourism contributes greatly to our economy and has incredible growth potential. But it's the people who welcome people to Canada who are particularly special. This summer, our government launched a new strategy to boost tourism so that tourism really grows in Canada. I would ask that everyone here in the House and everyone who works in tourism, I'd like to help encourage everyone to support this vision.
Before we go to question period, I just want to rule on the point of order raised on yesterday by the member for Oakville North Burlington concerning unparliamentary language. In her intervention, the member alleged that the member for Thornhill and used the unparliamentary language in her characterization of the government House Leader. She also asked for an apology to the minister. The parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader reiterated that he had also heard the term used disgrace and it was unparliamentary. He asked that the member apologize.
In reply, the member for Thornhill denied having said what was suggested.
Unparliamentary language, the tone, intentions, and effects on proceedings must be taken into consideration. I would point out that the term did create a series of heated back and forth exchanges between members. This event is of concern to the chair, given the risk it may create for disorder.
In a decision of March 2022 on the issue of unparliamentary language, the Speaker said at page 3739 that saying inflammatory things is disrespectful to all members, and I would encourage members to take great care in choosing their words in order to show respect.
Friday have deeply upset all members. There has been tense and even emotional exchanges on how this situation came to pass. In this context, I would suggest to the House that it's incumbent upon all members to bolster their efforts in being respectful and courteous in their interventions. And without qualifying the words used by the member for Thornhill as being unparliamentary, they certainly do not serve to support and promote the essential civility and respect owed by one honourable member to another. I therefore encourage members to refrain from using such words again in the future. Oral questions, question oral. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
C'est la responsabilité.
It is the Prime Minister's personal responsibility to invite heads of state to the House of Commons. It was the Prime Minister's responsibility when President Zelensky was invited here. The government has its security agencies, diplomats, and intelligence agencies. They could and should have checked the list of all those who were present and recognized during the visit. Will the Prime Minister finally come out of hiding and take personal responsibility for the embarrassment and monumental shame caused on the global stage by him, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all those in this House, I would like to apologize sincerely for what happened on Friday and for the situation that President Zelensky and the Ukrainian delegation were placed in. For all those who were present, the fact that we paid tribute to that individual without knowing who he was a terrible error and a violation of the memory of those who cruelly suffered at the hands of the Nazi regime.
Position.
Mr. Speaker, it was the personal responsibility of the Prime Minister to invite President Zelensky to the floor of this House of Commons. It was his personal responsibility to make sure it was a diplomatic success. It was his personal responsibility to continue to lead the government that has the security, intelligence, and diplomatic agencies that could have and should have vetted all individuals who were present and recognized. Yet, this Prime Minister allowed for a monumental, unprecedented, and global shame to unfold in this chamber. Will he take personal responsibility for this shame and personally apologize on behalf of himself?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us in this House, I would like to present unreserved apologies for what took place on Friday and to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian delegation for the position they were put in. For all of us who were present to have unknowingly recognized this individual was a terrible mistake and a violation of the memory of those who suffered grievously at the hands of the Nazi regime.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister's national security, intelligence, or diplomatic officials vet the names of the people that the Prime Minister allowed within mere feet of President Zelensky?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the privilege and responsibilities and rights of parliamentarians are sacrosanct, and that the Leader of the Opposition would be suggesting that any visitor to this House should be vetted by the government of the day is actually a grievous attack on the rights and privileges of parliamentarians. However, if the Leader of the Opposition or the Speaker or anyone wants our intelligence agencies to vet any of their guests, we would be more than happy to do that in respect of parliamentary rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Prime Minister has just said that he allowed the president of a war-torn country, who is perhaps the biggest target of false propaganda and of potential assassinations, to be surrounded by hundreds of people who had not been vetted for their security background, their potential risks that they present, or in this case, the massive diplomatic disasters that they could have brought to that event. Is he really saying that he did absolutely nothing to protect the Ukrainian president from all of those many risks?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the facts are well known here. The Speaker issued the invitation, delivered the recognition, and has taken full responsibility. The Leader of the Opposition knows that not one parliamentarian was aware, but the truth does not matter to this Leader of the Opposition. He distorts, misleads, aims to confuse, all for partisan gain. It's all he knows how to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, again, he deflects blame and responsibility for his personal failings. It is the duty of the Prime Minister to protect our diplomatic reputation. It was therefore his duty to ensure that his diplomatic, intelligence, and security forces ensured there was no one who could potentially present a danger either to the reputation or to the physical safety of the people present at such a massive international event. Right. But today, he said he did none of those things, and instead, after he found out about it, He hid in his cottage for 3 days. Is that what it means to take responsibility for this Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all know how many years the Leader of the Opposition has served in this House, and we can surely remember all the times he has stood up to defend the honour, the rights, the privileges of parliamentarians. And yet now, in order to make partisan attacks, he is proposing that the government of the day have the ability to vet and oversee the rights of parliamentarians and indeed of the Speaker to include people in this House, to invite them into this House. I know that the Leader of the Opposition used to have more respect for Parliament than that, but he's busy making a partisan attack.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Better late than never, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister on his decision to accept the repeated demands to apologize to Parliament and beyond. And his definition of the Leader of the Official Opposition is not entirely wrong either. But I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he has personally called President Zelensky to present his and our apology, and whether he has a strategy to fight the Russians' horrible misinformation campaign along with our allies. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is extremely unfortunate to see that this mistake made here in the House on Friday is being used by the Russians to continue sharing propaganda about why Ukraine is defending itself and why the Russians chose to invade Ukraine. Here in Canada, we will continue to firmly defend Ukraine and the principles of territorial integrity and sovereignty. We have shared that solidarity with the President of Ukraine on multiple occasions over the last few days. The Honourable Member, it is regrettable, Mr. Speaker, because that should have been the first thing that the Prime Minister did. And yet, from the Prime Minister's answer, I believe that he's saying that he did not call President Zelensky, who, other than the Jewish community, is the biggest victim of this error. Will he commit to calling President Zelensky? And will he commit to doing something to fight Russian propaganda, and that we do something urgently within and outside Canada to promote healing with the Jewish community? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have sent several direct messages to the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky. At the same time, we will continue to stand strong against propaganda and misinformation stemming from Russia. Russia invaded its neighbor, its peaceful neighbor, and is attacking the rules-based international order. We will always stand on the side of the international order and on the side of Ukrainians.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that he was embarrassed about what happened in the chambers. But it's not about him. It's much more than that. Real damage has been done. Real damage to the Jewish community, real damage to the war effort in Ukraine, and real damage to Canada's reputation. Now, finally, after 3 days, the Prime Minister has finally said something, but he's got to take action. What is he going to do in concrete terms to clean up this mess?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out, this was deeply embarrassing, not just to all parliamentarians, but to Canada as well. We stand firmly with Ukraine. We will continue to stand against Russian aggression, against Russian propaganda, and we will continue to ensure with the military aid, with the humanitarian aid, with the financial aid, with the diplomatic aid we are engaged with around the world that will continue and indeed step up its efforts to counter Russian propaganda. We will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, with whatever it takes. Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
It took the Prime Minister 3 days to finally say something about what happened in this House. He has said that he is embarrassed, but this isn't about him. Real damage has been done. Now we need concrete action. What will the Prime Minister do to finally clean up this mess? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, this was indeed deeply embarrassing for all parliamentarians and Canada. But we must continue to firmly stand with Ukraine. We must continue to fight Russian propaganda and its arrogance. And we must be firmly on the side of Ukraine. To date, we have invested nearly $9.5 billion in humanitarian and military assistance, diplomatic activities, economic assistance for Ukraine, and we will continue to be there to support Ukraine with everything that it needs for as long as it needs.
Speaker, days of silence from this Prime Minister in the face of an international diplomatic crisis that has brought shame on this entire country. An actual Nazi honored in this place, and instead of taking personal responsibility, he blamed the Speaker, went into hiding, and waited 3 days even to call for his resignation. He instructed his MPs to try to wipe the parliamentary record, to forget it. The Prime Minister is there for all of the glory. And when he makes a mess, he's nowhere to be seen. And now he says no one was vetted. He owes Canadians to take personal responsibility. Will he stand up on his feet and just do it today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the principle of independence of Parliament from the government of the day is well established, and the government is always there to work with opposition parties or with the Speaker if they have concerns or questions about any of the guests they choose to invite into this august chamber. We will continue to stand unequivocally with Ukraine, but we will also at the same time defend the rights and privileges of parliamentarians.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has never been shy to use the Nazi label against his opponents, against Canadians. Right. But not being able to bring himself to take responsibility for an actual Nazi is something that Canadians will not forget.
That's right.
The Prime Minister could have prevented this. He should have prevented it, and he needs to fix it. The world knows that under this Prime Minister, a Nazi was honored in this place. The question is who speaks for Canada? And if it's not this Prime Minister, isn't it time for Canadians to have one who will?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I think indeed Canadians and the world are watching very carefully what has happened this week and the terrible error that happened on Friday. But I think they are also interested in seeing who's trying to make partisan hay out of this, who's trying to look for gains out of what was obviously a terrible, terrible mistake. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we learn from this and stand even stronger with Ukraine going forward, that we counter Russian propaganda. But, Mr. Speaker,
the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Community is horrified that Liberals allowed a Nazi to be honoured on the floor of this House and is demanding an apology from the Prime Minister. He has embarrassed Canada on the international stage, caused a diplomatic disaster, and has handed the Kremlin a propaganda win. He has brought shame on this House and deeply offended the Jewish community. Will he stand in this House today, finally take personal responsibility, do the right thing, and personally apologize on behalf of himself?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, it was incredibly upsetting that this happened. The outgoing Speaker took responsibility and resigned, as was the right thing to do. We recognize the deep pain this caused for Jewish communities and for all who were victims of Nazi atrocities and their descendants. An embarrassment for Parliament and for Canadians, and it reaffirms the need to keep promoting and investing in Holocaust education, something our government has and always will continue to support.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, the buck stops with this Prime Minister. That is simply not good enough, not one bit. Not only did the Prime Minister bring shame on this House, on Monday he tried to bury this sordid affair with a motion to strike history from the record. Instead of learning from history, the Prime Minister wants to erase it. Conservatives said no. Again, he has brought shame on this House and deeply, deeply offended the Jewish community. They demand a personal apology. Will he stand in the House today and finally take personal responsibility and apologize to this community?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Important to note, Mr. Speaker, that all parliamentarians agreed unanimously yesterday that the tribute to this individual was withdrawn. That's what happened yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We do not want that to stand into the future. But we also know, Mr. Speaker, that we need to continue to stand every day with the people of Ukraine as they fight against this illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin, as they stand for the rules-based order and the principles of the UN Charter that protect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of us all. This government and this country will always stand unequivocally with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for 3 days, these Liberal members, cabinet ministers, and the Prime Minister have all been blaming the former Speaker for being the only person responsible for what happened on Friday, the fact that a former Nazi received tribute from the House of Commons. But it's impossible that people at the Privy Council, that people at the RCMP, people at Global Affairs and others did not manage to vet guests, especially the people invited by the Speaker. So will the Prime Minister personally apologize to Canadians and the international community who are shocked by what happened? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Conservative members know very well that the independence of the Speaker of the House is very important in our parliamentary system. And the government of the day does not have the right to consider or veto the guest chosen by other parties or even the Speaker of the House. It is very important that we continue to unequivocally stand for Ukraine, that we continue to strongly defend the international rule of law. We will always stand with Ukrainians against Russians. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, what I would say is that since 2015, the regulations state that the RCMP is responsible for the operations of the Parliamentary Protective Service, which was put in place at that time after the attack in 2014. This House needs to be protected. The PPS does its work supervised by the RCMP. So when a guest like the President of Ukraine comes to Canada, it's only appropriate that the government and the Prime Minister supervise the services to protect our guests. Will the Prime Minister personally apologize to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that it was a serious error on the part of the former Speaker of the House. And while we are considering who will be the next Speaker of this House, I know that we will all want to know how we will ensure that mistakes like this one will not happen again. The government will always be there to work with opposition parties and the Speaker's office in order to do background checks for those who visit the House, but it's not up to the government to violate the fundamental rights of members. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, a teacher was killed in the south of France, and it took far too long for the Prime Minister to call President Macron. Is the same thing going to happen again, or will the Prime Minister call President Zelensky? I will allow myself on behalf of Quebecers, and I think I can do this. I can apologize on behalf of Quebecers to President Zelensky, offer our cooperation, and I hope that my message will be transmitted to President Zelensky as of today. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, several days ago, we sent our apologies to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people through diplomatic channels, and we will continue to work closely with the government of Ukraine to defend its territorial integrity and sovereignty against Russia's cruel invasion and the violations of international law that this invasion of Ukraine represents. We will stand with Ukraine, and that is my message to President Zelensky, and is the one that I send him regularly when we speak. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I feel deep shame thinking about the Jewish community and how they have been harmed, both in Quebec and Canada. Once again, I would like to apologize and offer my full cooperation. I'd like to know whether the Prime Minister has done the same and whether he has met with representatives of the Jewish community of Canada.
Recording in the gallery there, just texting. Okay, awesome. Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have shared our apology on behalf of all parliamentarians today, and for several days we have spoken about how deeply we regret the mistake made by the Speaker of the House. And we will continue to work hard to defend Ukraine and also to support the Jewish community, which is facing a significant increase in anti-Semitism in the world. We will always be there to defend the principles of the rule of law and openness to others. We will always fight for these values and stand with Ukraine.
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
At the end of the day, it is the Prime Minister who is responsible for visiting heads of state. President Zelensky came here expecting a warm welcome and a successful visit. But due to the Prime Minister's haphazard management of this visit, he instead turned it into a diplomatic nightmare. This has played straight into Russia's disinformation campaign against Ukraine. The Prime Minister must accept full responsibility. Will he publicly apologize to President Zelensky today for his failure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I just apologized on behalf of parliamentarians and Canadians. We will continue to be there to stand with President Zelensky and Ukrainians. But if members of the opposition want the help of security agencies to vet their guests, if they want, for example, us to vet who 3 members of their team would have lunch with when they're meeting with a far-right German politician, we would be happy to give them advice on who they should meet with and who they should not meet with, Mr. Speaker. But respecting Parliament and parliamentary privilege continues to be our priority.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The Prime Minister has a duty of care to protect President Zelensky when he was right here in Canada. The Parliamentary Protective Service, the RCMP, the Privy Council Office, the Protocol Office all report to the Prime Minister. Because of his failure to fulfill his personal responsibilities, the Prime Minister has harmed Canada's reputation on the world stage. He broke trust with the Jewish and Ukrainian communities. He's undermined Ukraine in this war, and he's provided fuel for Putin's propaganda machine. So will the Prime Minister admit he was negligent, apologize to President Zelensky, the Ukrainian people, and indeed to all Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Do you know who doesn't report to the Prime Minister in our parliamentary system? The Speaker of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. It is well established that the independence of the Speaker is sacrosanct. Now, if the Leader of the Opposition wants to change that, let him stand up and say that, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to defend the principles and the rights of parliamentarians, even as we stand with Ukraine against the illegal invasion by Russia.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Actually, the Speaker's Parliamentary Protective Service reports to the RCMP, which reports to the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister says that his National Police Agency did not vet.
Order. I can't hear the question, so I want to be able to hear the question. I want to be able to hear the answer, of course, as well. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Maybe back up and start again.
RCMP reports to the Public Safety Minister, who reports to the Prime Minister. And that Prime Minister is now saying that when he has foreign heads of state here, that terrorists, assassins, convicted murderers would all be allowed to just walk right into the building and be present within mere feet of a potential assassination target. How does he ever expect another head of state to come back to this place?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for someone who prides himself on having spent as many years in this Parliament as the Leader of the Opposition has, having been Minister of Democratic Institutions, albeit under Stephen Harper, to demonstrate such little knowledge and respect for how Parliament functions in order to make a partisan attack is truly disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is we will continue to stand for the principles and values that make our democracy strong, even as and even because we stand with Ukraine.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
An attack. This is a Prime Minister who, though he says he forgot to vet the people who were recognized during the President's visit, remembered to tell members of his caucus to pull out their phones and tape record other members of Parliament during the speech in order to make Liberal Party attack ads, Mr. Speaker. That is the shameful politicization he was focused on. But back to the question, is he really saying to future visits of foreign heads of state that he would have no problem letting in terrorists, assassins, or convicted criminals to be within mere feet of that foreign head of state? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to let the supposed arguments of the Leader of the Opposition stand for Canadians to judge whether or not he's making any sense at all, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
Yesterday, a report was released that indicated that 7 million Canadians are struggling with the cost of groceries. This is after 2 years where this Liberal government has allowed greedy CEOs to exploit Canadians and jack up the price of their groceries. Now, only after the Liberals are falling behind in the polls are they making a show, but it's not good enough. Will the Liberals get serious about taking on greedy CEOs and support our bill that will bring down the cost of food?
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians' grocery bills are way too high. That's why we're taking immediate action. We've called in the top CEOs to Ottawa to discuss how they can make groceries more affordable. Should they fail to show results, their inaction will have consequences. Moving forward on competition reforms, because we know that increased competition is good for consumers, we will, Mr. Speaker, always stand up for Canadians.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The climate crisis is hitting families hard. People are struggling to pay their bills, especially their energy bills, and the government is conspicuous by its absence. A report from Clean Energy Canada confirms that we can lower both energy bills and emissions at the same time. Will the Prime Minister show just a bit of leadership and do just that?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we are doing. We have put a price on pollution, which also puts more money back into the pockets of a majority of Canadians than it actually costs them. We can simultaneously fight climate change and help Canadians with the cost of living. That's how we managed to begin reducing our GHG emissions, and we are doing so faster than other G7 countries. We will always show that we can build a strong economy while protecting the environment and helping Canadians with the cost of living. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing every day, Mr. Speaker.
South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, Canadians will recognize the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It serves as a national moment of reflection on the horrors of our past and a collective call to action in our effort to chart a better future. I will be spending the morning with elders and Indigenous leaders at the site of the former Assiniboia Residential School. Established in 1958, it was one of the only urban residential high schools in Canada. Sadly, it is in my riding and serves as a dark reminder of our collective inaction and colonial laws. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House the significance of this day to the country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the new member for Winnipeg South Centre for his question and for his commitment to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. On September 30th, we mark the third National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It's an opportunity to come together to reflect on the legacy of residential schools and the ongoing impacts on survivors, on their families, and on their communities, as well as committing to continuing the hard but necessary work of building a better future for all. Let us all take a moment to participate, learn, and reflect, because we all have a role to play in the journey towards reconciliation.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Prime Minister was too frightened to get up and answer my last question, so I'll ask it again. The Prime Minister is now saying that anybody can walk in and be within feet of a foreign head of state when they address a joint session of the Canadian Parliament. That is crazy, because staff members of MPs actually have to have their fingerprints taken and have background checks just to walk in these buildings. Exactly. But is the Prime Minister really telling foreign heads of state that when they come here, there is no vetting whatsoever of the hundreds of people that would come within mere feet of them while they're here?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, our security services, including the Parliamentary Protective Services, is responsibility for the safety of everyone in this House, and they always ensure that there are appropriate security protocols for anyone who enters into this House. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I am fairly certain that the Leader of the Opposition is not seriously suggesting that the government of the day should be vetting the individuals that honourable member chooses to invite into the House in a long-standing principle of parliamentary privilege.
That's right.
Order. Order. I'm having trouble hearing the answers, so I just want to make sure I hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Of course nobody's suggesting that. What we're suggesting is that when the leader of a war-torn country, who is the obvious target of propaganda and possibly even assassination, should be protected from danger not only to his person but also to his reputation, and that is the job of the Government of Canada to carry out. The Prime Minister has at his fingertips the RCMP, Global Affairs, CSIS to do background checks, and a Google check would have shown that this individual who was recognized was a Nazi. Why can't the Prime Minister find someone in his entire government that can use Google?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the former Speaker highlighted, no parliamentarian knew the name or the identity of the person he welcomed to this House and recognized. And that is why he apologized and has stepped down from his position. Right. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that all of us continue to stand with Volodymyr Zelensky and the people of Ukraine, continue to stand against Russia, including against their propaganda and disinformation. Canada will be there with Ukraine for as long as it takes, with as much as it takes, and I hope all members of this House continue to stand together on that.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
It would have taken a mere phone call for the Prime Minister's diplomatic, intelligence, or police services to get the names of all of those who were approved to enter into this building. It would have taken a day of vetting for them to perform Google and other intelligence background searches on those individuals. So let's take it to another president. We had President Biden here. Is he really claiming that no one in either the presidential administration south of the border or in the Canadian government's security establishment looked at the background of the hundreds of people who were in the building when the president was addressing this House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I can assure you that every single day in this House, the security and safety of everyone in this House is top of mind for all the professionals in the PPS and in our security agencies and services. And the security of visiting dignitaries and presidents like President Biden or President Zelensky is always something taken extremely seriously and will continue to be.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is responsible for state visits. Foreign heads of states come here. They expect that they will be protected not only against security threats, but against massive global-scale embarrassments and shames like the one he allowed to unfold before Canadians. So, will the Prime Minister commit to personally calling President Zelensky and apologizing for his personal failure to vet those who were present and recognized on the floor of the House of Commons? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will note that to this day, the Leader of the Official Opposition has not apologized for having had 3 MPs, including one of them who is still part of his leadership team, sit down to dine with a far-right German politician a number of months ago. No recognition, no apologies, no consequences for those 3 MPs who engaged with a far-right German politician. Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition wants the government to help him vet those his MPs meet with, we'd be more than happy to give him some better advice.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has not called Volodymyr Zelensky. He went through diplomatic channels, he says. He did not call a meeting with the Jewish community of Canada. It's been 3 days. In the past 3 days, what has the Prime Minister done? Because the Prime Minister is usually, an apology machine. But now it's taken 5 days. The Prime Minister could have coordinated an effort to fight Russian propaganda, but no, he did nothing. Will he make a statement tomorrow to tell us that what he did or didn't do today? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we can all acknowledge that what occurred in the House on Friday was absolutely unacceptable. That said, we also understand that we all owe respect to the Speaker of the House, which means that we gave the former Speaker some leeway to act so that he was able to present an apology and resign. We must respect this institution and this place, and that is why we allowed the Speaker to proceed as he did. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We all agree that it was unacceptable, but it didn't take all of us 5 whole days to realize that an apology was necessary. So I formally ask the Prime Minister to call Volodymyr Zelensky to offer Canada's apology. I ask him to organize a counter-propaganda initiative to combat Russian propaganda, and I call on him to immediately organize a healing meeting with the Jewish community of Quebec and of Canada. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree. Those 3 requests, we're currently doing them.
Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claims that his government has nothing to do with security for a state visit in this chamber. But this is the agreement that your office signed with the RCMP. The RCMP will lead integrated security operations throughout the parliamentary precinct and on the grounds of Parliament Hill. So his police agency, which reports to his public safety minister, is responsible for the security and therefore, by necessity, the vetting of anyone who comes within just 10 or 20 feet of a foreign head of state that is an obvious target of assassination. So, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for this massive security and diplomatic meltdown that happened under his watch?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Parliamentary Protective Services are engaged and have ensured the safety and the physical safety of everyone in this room. But I would actually suggest and would like, perhaps, when the Leader of the Opposition gets up again, could he say the name Volodymyr Zelensky and actually speak about Ukraine? We'd very much like to hear that for once from the Leader of the Opposition.
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
He'd been listening and not hiding. He would have heard me mention President Zelensky many times, in particular, the damage that he's caused President Zelensky. The question was about the RCMP vetting. Nobody's suggesting that the 98-year-old Nazi was a security threat, but had he been vetted, even with a Google search, it would have been known that he was a Nazi, and this massive, unprecedented global embarrassment might have been avoided. It is the responsibility of the police service of the Prime Minister's government. Why didn't the Prime Minister ensure that his police services were doing their jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the former Speaker of this House of Commons invited an individual without apparently doing that Google search. But it is not up to the government of the day to oversee or to have a veto power over those who the Speaker or indeed members of official parties choose to invite into this House. If you want to change hundreds of years of parliamentary privilege and Westminster democracy, then absolutely, let's have a debate about that. But, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we respect the independence of the Speaker's office.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We don't have to change hundreds of years of tradition. This rule is already in place. The House of Commons has already given the authority to the RCMP to lead integrated security operations throughout the parliamentary precinct and on the grounds of Parliament Hill. That means that logically, if a foreign head of state were here giving a speech while that head of state is at war, that we would ensure that the RCMP would vet the people who become within 10 or 20 feet of that individual. My question one more time is, why didn't the government's police services under this Prime Minister's leadership do its job?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the hardworking women and men of the Parliamentary Protective Services ensured the safety of everyone in this room by thoroughly clearing through metal detectors and security everyone who came into this room. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the respect for the independence and the authority of the Speaker, this government, Mr. Speaker, will continue to respect the independence of the Speaker's office and therefore the responsibility of the Speaker in this matter.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Monsieur le Président, beaucoup de mes commettants.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents have shared with me that they have trouble finding affordable housing, and one of the reasons for that is that there is a shortage of rental housing in my community. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what this government is doing to encourage the construction of rental housing to address the concerns of my constituents and of all Canadians when it comes to affordable housing? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his question and for his hard work. This week, we announced that it will now be easier for developers to access low-cost funding to build housing for families, seniors, and students. This measure will help build 30,000 new rental units per year. Together, we can build more units so that everyone has a place to call home, an affordable place.
Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has finally come out of hiding from his cottage, but he still follows his old practice of failing to take responsibility. It reminds us when he was caught dressing up in racist costumes so many times he can't remember them all. He said everyone else needed to learn from his personal racist misconduct. When he broke the law to help a Liberal-linked company avoid prosecution for stealing from the poorest people in Africa, he blamed his Attorney General and fired her. When he doubled housing costs, he said housing is not his job. Mr. Speaker, when will he start taking ownership for his failures and apologize for them all?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition concentrates on personal attacks on me, I will stay focused on Canadians, on building more affordable housing, on delivering things like the grocery benefit, on delivering childcare at $10 a day right across the country over the objections of Conservatives, of delivering a dental benefit for families who can't afford to send their kids to the dentist, something, again, Conservatives voted against. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stay focused on fighting for Canadians while the Leader of the Opposition fights with everyone around him.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the country is in shambles. Interest rates are rising faster than any time in monetary history, but he doesn't think of monetary policy. Housing costs have doubled, but housing's not his job. We have the lowest growth since the Great Depression, but he doesn't know what growth is. 3 million people live in poverty. 250,000 are homeless. 7 million can't feed themselves. Violent shootings have doubled. 36,000 overdose deaths since he took office, and our country's reputation is in shambles. Will the guy who caused this nightmare finally take responsibility for it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians are feeling the impact of rising prices across the country, including on things like groceries and housing. That's why we're taking immediate action to increase the pressure on CEOs to ensure groceries are affordable. We're supporting small businesses by extending the term loan repayment deadline. And we're increasing the construction of apartments by removing the GST. We're seeing the impacts already. This week, a Toronto-based company shared that they'll now build 5,000 more new rental units across the country, which were otherwise on hold. We will continue to focus on delivering for Canadians while he focuses on fights.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Répète encore les mêmes promesses électorales.
Same old election promises that he already broke 8 years ago. The cost of housing has doubled after 8 years. We have the highest interest rates we've had in 40 years. The interest rate is rising faster than ever in the monetary history of Canada. And he's not thinking about monetary policy. The number of shootings has doubled. 7 million Canadians cannot afford to buy food. 36,000 have died of drug overdoses. He is the one who caused this nightmare. So will he finally take responsibility for it? For everything that he's broken? Mr. Speaker, Canadians are feeling the effects of rising costs of living everywhere in the country, especially when it comes to housing and groceries. That's why we are taking immediate action to deal with the CEOs of major grocery chains to help them make grocery prices more affordable. We will also support small businesses by extending the repayment loan deadline. We're also eliminating the GST on new rental construction. We have already seen the impact of these measures. A Toronto business said this week that it will build 5,000 new rental units in the country. The project had previously been on hold. We will always be there for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
An honor to rise today for the first time on behalf of my constituents.
Hear, hear.
As I begin as their MP, I promise to be a strong voice for my community. Right now, the #1 priority for many families in my riding is making ends meet and paying the bills. Can the Prime Minister outline how programs like the Canada Child Benefit are helping my constituents ease the pressure of inflation and deal with the rising cost of living.
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the new member from NDG Westmount for her question and for her commitment to making life more affordable for all Canadians. One of the first things we did when coming into office was to scrap Stephen Harper's flawed plan to send childcare checks to millionaires by implementing a non-taxable Canada Child benefit that provides more generous support to the Canadian families that need it the most. Since then, millions of parents have received support, including thousands of families in the members' riding that just got their monthly payment last week. This is a concrete way we're directly making life more affordable for Canadian families with hundreds of dollars a month.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, 250,000 small businesses in Canada may be forced to close their doors by the end of this year because the Liberals aren't listening. These are businesses that provide good jobs and are vital to local economies. It's shocking that after years of small businesses being hit with one thing or another, the Liberals' plan is to offer a half-baked extension that will cost businesses up to $20,000. Will the Prime Minister commit right now to extending the CEBA payment deadline by a year with the promised loan forgiveness?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, through the depths of the pandemic, we were there to support Canadians, to support workers, to support families, seniors, young people, and yes, Mr. Speaker, small businesses. We have been there to support them, and we continue to support them while inflation post-pandemic is making the recovery harder. That's why we've put forward measures to support them, why we're going to continue to be there to support small businesses from coast to coast to coast, and continue to support Canadians while we grow our economy, fight climate change, and create an economy that works for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member representing Nipissing-Temiskaming was one of the most respectful individuals to have presided over this House. Regrettably, that same treatment wasn't afforded him. I'm disappointed in those cabinet ministers and party leaders who tripped over themselves to express their indignation and distance themselves from what transpired. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should have had no hesitation to make a statement in this House apologizing to Canadians, to countries hurt by this serious incident, and to the world. He had a duty to make clear that Canada stands firm in its abhorrence to anything or anyone connected to Nazism. What took the Prime Minister so long to finally make that statement?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said a few days ago, this incident was an embarrassment to Canada and to all parliamentarians. That is why we continue to emphasize how we stand with Ukraine, how we continue to fight against Russian propaganda and disinformation, and how we will continue to ensure that the rules of this place and the independence of the Speaker are fully respected.
And that's all the time for question period we have today. It was a little better, little better. Temperature was down a little bit. If it keeps going like this, I'll have some hair left by the end of the week. It being 3:17, the House now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M78 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Lake. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Lake, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moves that A, the House recognize that 1, Article 24 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Canada signed in 2007 and ratified in 2010, states that signatories shall ensure an inclusive education system at all levels and lifelong learning directed to enabling persons with disabilities to participate effectively in a free society. 2, according to the Global Education Monitoring Report, in low and middle income countries, approximately 50% of children with disabilities are estimated to be out of school. 3, a 2021 UNICEF report found that compared to children without disabilities, children with disabilities were 49% more likely to have never attended school. And B, in the opinion of the House, where the federal government spends money on education, domestically or internationally, clear consideration must be given to the maximum inclusion of people with disabilities, including people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Lake.
We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
In the 5th row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième ménager.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Louis.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Vist. Mr. Vist.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Mr. Cannings.
Madame Larouche.
Oh, pardon, de retour, Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mr. Albultaif.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
I think somebody's microphone is on there, on the Zoom there. All right. First row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Miss Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Monsieur Saint Marie.
Monsieur Saint Marie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Throw.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Binen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Chapelle.
Mr. Kodo.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Quatrième ménagerie.
Mr. Esaki.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Vandenbell.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bandayan.
Madame Bandayan.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fagascano.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Deuxième ménagerie.
Miss Scrow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpelli.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petitpot-Taylor.
Madame Petitpot-Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazzy.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjardins.
First row at my right.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Bibo.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Sud.
Miss Bennett.
Bennett.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row, the fifth row, the fourth row, troisième rangée, deuxième rangée, première rangée. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, deuxième rangée, première rangée. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Yeah. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. See Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Robillard, yea pour.
Madame Latanzio.
I vote for.
Latanzio, yea pour.
I believe the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes had a problem.
Mr. Speaker, I have technical difficulties. I'll vote yes.
Yea pour.
Anybody else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 323, 323. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Okay. We can come together when we need to. Okay. That's good. Just when you need to. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote par appel nommé.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-323 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Ellis, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that Bill C-323, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, Mental Health Services, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Ellis.
We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall. Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Paul Gardner.
Gardner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison. Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Montz.
Mr. Montz.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Keurig.
Mr. Keurig.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien. Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Camp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Jones.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Bertol.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Hoback.
Holbach.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
First row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Louis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Miss Dancho.
Tancho.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Long. Longfield. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Yep.
Mr. Aldag.
Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Assassi.
Sassy.
El Khoury. Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serry.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Fisher.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième ménage.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fredgiscatos.
Mr. Faguscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Second row at my right.
Miss Scrow.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Bibot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Janzik.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
In the first row at my right.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guibault.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Suds.
Miss Sud.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, the fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth row, in the fourth row, third row, second row, first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, ils peuvent maintenant activer la...
They can now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote oui, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Robillard, yea pour.
And votes. Anybody else? No. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour, 327, 327. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill S-222 under private members' business. The question is
as follows.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill S-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Ms. Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Schnepp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fault Provencher.
Mr. Fault Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Mont.
Mr. Morantz.
Correction, Mr. Morantz. Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Biss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Robert.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan from Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Albultev.
Mr. Albuquerque.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garot.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schnell.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Miss Dancho.
Dancho.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Perrin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
They're all ahead of me there. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Polowski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Kodo.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Saint-Mélanger.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon. Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Miss Cedar Branton South.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sorbert.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Yep.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener Conestoga.
Quatrième mélanger.
Fourth row.
Sassy.
Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lighthouse.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième mélanger.
Third row.
Mr. Dollyball.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
Mr. Fagascalis.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Deuxième mélanger.
Second row.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Kara.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Madame Pittspa Taylor.
Madame Pittspa Taylor.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazzer.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Back to Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Madame Dillon.
Back to Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Premier Ranger.
First row.
Premier Ranger.
First row.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Gibault.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Miss Bennett.
Bennett.
Miss Chager.
Chager.
Miss Murray.
Murray.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Boleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth row, in the fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, the fifth row, the fourth, the third, the second row, and the first row. Voila. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, may I use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. And I believe there's nobody online there and there's nobody in here. There you go.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 326, 326. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 38 minutes. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents, dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement,
tabling government bill,
déclaration de ministres,
statements by ministers
from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. There, good. I'm just going to wait a second until people clear out from around from the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City so we can actually see him. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was with a huge privilege yesterday. I was elected as chair of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. And in that context, I am presenting my first report on behalf of the INAN Committee. So, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present, in both official languages, the 11th report on the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Food Security in Northern and Isolated Communities, Ensuring Equitable Access to Adequate and Healthy Food for All. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, présentation rapport de comité, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert.
Louis Hébert. Voilà.
Mr. Speaker, we'll get back to the House tomorrow to table the report.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay. Guess not. Okay. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motion.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of residents in Lillooet, British Columbia. More and more small businesses are being forced to significantly reduce their services or shut down entirely due to labor shortages. Last year, Statistics Canada reported that there were an overwhelmingly 1 million job vacancies across the country. Residents are calling for more action to address labor shortages, particularly by including the community of Lillooet in the Northern Immigration Pilot Project so that they can attract more workers to the region. In small towns across the country, I will note, Mr. Speaker, are all struggling with labor shortages. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, l'honorable, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, I appreciate having the opportunity to table this petition on behalf of youth in my riding, in particular climate activists from Qualicum Beach, and they're calling on the government. Well, first they cite that on average, children that are born in 2020 will face an average of 2 to 7 times more extreme weather events than their grandparents. And they cite that in the 2021 report in The Lancet, 83% of children worldwide reported that they think people have failed to take care of the planet and that they're most affected and that they'll live to see the worst effects of the climate crisis. They're calling on the government to require all members of Parliament, regardless of party lines, to consult with a secondary or elementary school leadership student council or environmental youth group of their riding before Parliament holds a second reading of any bill that directly affects Canada's greenhouse gas emissions, and that the purpose of the consultation will be to listen to the viewpoints of those directly affected by the specified bill, but who do not already have representation in Parliament. And Madam Speaker, the youth discussion have been crucial to successful climate action and policy creation around the world. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Dauphin River, Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawak.
There you go.
Madam Speaker, I rise for the 12th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River are asking for a plan when it comes to addressing crime and bail reform. Unfortunately, this Liberal government has failed them. Residents no longer feel comfortable walking at night, and for businesses, theft has become a common occurrence. Members of this community have told me how unsafe they feel since crime has taken a toll on a once safe and welcoming town. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present a petition signed by people in Vancouver Kingsway and all over the lower mainland of British Columbia who are profoundly concerned about the climate crisis. They understand and want this House to know that they view the climate crisis as an existential one that requires top-order priority response from governments across the world, and particularly from this one. And they're calling on this government to adopt a number of measures, including meeting the targets of reducing emissions by at least 60% below 2005 levels, assisting the Global South, and making sure that we have a just transition program to ensure that as we transition to a low-carbon economy, that we make sure that there are good jobs, family-sustaining jobs for all workers, particularly those who are displaced, as we make that necessary transition to save our planet.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise virtually today to present petition from constituents in Sandwich Gulf Islands and elsewhere who are calling on the government to recognise that, in the words of the petition, we are entering an age where human impact is approaching many ecological system boundaries, threatening survival. They mentioned the boundaries in terms of freshwater usage, atmospheric pollution, and extinction of species. The petitioners also call on the government to recognize the critical significance of Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous practices and in sustainability education, and to incorporate them at every level. Therefore, the active line of the petition, Madam Speaker, to come to the end, call on us at the House of Commons to take a leadership role enacting a Canadian strategy to support educators, communicators, community leaders, and all levels of government to take actions to result in healthy, sustainable, and flourishing human and ecological communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the House of Commons for the second time to speak on behalf of the Sudanese community in Calgary, who's encouraging this government to process more quickly the applications of several Sudanese that want to come into Canada as a result of the conflict that's happening in Central Africa. It's imperative that we process these as quickly as possible, particularly for those Canadians that have family and permanent residents that have family also in South Sudan and Sudan. These are people that are parked often in refugee camps, and we need to make sure that they have an access to a fair life here in Canada and be processed as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise this afternoon to present a petition on behalf of folks who have a set of items they're calling for to address the housing crisis that we are in. Among the 8, they're calling for redefining affordable housing to ensure this better reflects the real economic realities being faced by millions of Canadians. They call for better regulations to control excess profiteering by corporate investors and real estate investment trusts. They're calling to close tax evasion and money laundering loopholes and also increase regulations of foreign investment in residential real estate, and to prioritize funding for nonprofit and cooperative housing. Thank you.
Sending petitions, the honourable member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Over the summer, I had the opportunity to meet with Dorothy Payne and Linda Megason of the Gardens Condominium Corporation, which is a nonprofit corporation in Regina, Saskatchewan. Dorothy and Linda have been paying very close attention to the condominium complex's ever-increasing monthly electricity and heating bills. They have noticed that the carbon tax, as well as the GST on top of the carbon tax, is making it more and more difficult for the condominium residents to make ends meet. Furthermore, the amount the residents receive from the Climate Action Incentive Payment falls far short of the amount they are required to pay in carbon tax and in GST on top of the carbon tax, as Dorothy and Linda made abundantly clear to me at my constituency office over the summer when we reviewed their heating and electricity bills together.
Talk about the petition and not about individuals, so I just want to make sure that he's talking about what's in the petition and not about meetings that he's had. The honourable member for Regina, Wisconsin.
And therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to present two petitions today on behalf of the residents of the Gardens Condominium Corporation. The first petition calls on the government to scrap the carbon tax in its entirety, and the second petition calls on the government to at least stop collecting GST on top of the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to present these petitions here today in the House of Commons.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition that was collected by residents of Grand Manan Island in my riding. Over 300 people have signed it. After dredging work was done in North Head Harbour under a DFO contract, the debris was not removed by the contractor, Greenfield Construction. Today, over 35,000 tons of toxic rocks dredged from the harbour sit idle next to homes and small businesses. It's been like that for 2 summers. It's clear from public documents that the requirements for construction companies building on this multi-million-dollar debris contract was to remove the dredged material from North Head. Grand Manan Island petitioners are calling on the Fisheries Minister to quickly clean up this mess. I would add it is also important that taxpayers are not being swindled again by Atgon Greenfield, which is well connected to Liberal governments.
I'm not sure if that's in the petition. If it's not, then I would just remind members that they're to read what's in the petition and not and not add into that. Presenting petitions, the honourable member Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to present petitions from Canadians from across the country, including my own constituents, who are concerned about the age of consent and the age verification of those depicted in pornographic material. The petitioners are noting that the government should follow recommendation number 2 from the Standing Committee on the Access of Information and Privacy and Ethics report on MindGeek, which requires that all content hosted on platforms in Canada verify the age and consent prior to that content being uploaded. Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. The first requires age verification and consent prior to distribution, and the second requires the age and consent to be confirmed or to be removed if the consent is withdrawn. As such, the petitioners are calling for the House of Commons to speedily pass Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. Madam Chair, the next petition I have to present today is from Canadians who have come across this country who are concerned about the human rights protections in India. The petitioners say that according to the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, various actors are supporting and enforcing sectarian policies and seeking to establish a religious state in India. The petitioners say that Christians in India are being targeted by extremists that are vandalizing their churches, attacking church workers, and threatening and humiliating their congregations. They also say that crimes against the Dalit community, including Dalit women and girls, are increasing. The petitioners also note that Indian Muslims are at risk of genocide, assault, and sexual violence. The petitioners are asking the government to ensure that all trade deals with India are premised on mandatory human rights provisions, and that extremists are sanctioned, and that the government promote respectful human rights dialogue between Canada and India. The next petition I have, Madam Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country that want Canadians to be protected against discriminations. Canadians can and do face political discrimination, and it's a fundamental right in Canada to be politically active and vocal. It is in the best interest of the Canadian democracy to protect public debate and exchange of different ideas. Bill C-257 seeks to add protection against political discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Therefore, the people that have signed this petition are calling on the House of Commons to support and pass Bill C-257, which bans discrimination on the basis of political belief or activity, and to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition I have, Madam Speaker, is from petitioners from across the country who are concerned with how easy it is for young people to gain access to sexually explicit material online, including violent, racist, and degrading explicit material. They comment on how this access is causing a public health crisis and a cause for public safety concern. The petitioners note that the significant portion of commercially accessed sexually explicit material has no age verification software. Moreover, that age verification software can ascertain the age of the user without breaching their privacy rights. Petitioners note that many serious harms associated with sexually explicit material, including the development of addiction, the development of attitudes favorable to sexual violence, and the harassment of women. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to pass Bill S-211 and protect young people from the exposure to pornography. The next petition I have, Madam Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the health and safety of Canadian firearm owners. The petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms and are concerned about the impacts to hearing loss caused by damaging noise levels of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are the only universally accepted health and safety device that's criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, and according to them, and allow them for hunting, sport shooting, and noise reduction. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow legal firearm owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. Madam Speaker, the next petition I'm presenting is on behalf of Canadians who are concerned that certain charities could be targeted based on their views and forced into a values test. The petitioners note that the Liberals have promised to deny charitable status to groups whose views differ with what the government's views are on abortion. This could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other organizations. They also note that the Liberals have previously used a values test to discriminate against groups applying for the Canada Summer Jobs Grant. The petitioners are asking the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a political and ideological neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of a values test. They also ask for an affirmation of their freedom of expression as Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Again, this time, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-56, Affordable Housing and Groceries Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I left off my speech talking about some of the stakeholder reaction to the proposed measure to remove the GST from purpose-built rentals. The Squamish Community Housing Society from my riding states it will have a real and meaningful impact on the delivery of critically needed rental housing and that it will support lower rents for residents moving into newly constructed homes. The Sunshine Coast Affordable Housing Society states that the removal of GST on purpose-built rentals is an excellent example of a simple federal policy adjustment that, when combined with other affordability measures, makes a meaningful difference in local housing systems. The Whistler Housing Authority states that the removal of GST on new purpose-built rental housing will help to decrease the financial burden experienced by those who are trying to create much-needed affordable rental supply across the country. every financial consideration through the development process ultimately impacts the end user. And the resort municipality of Whistler councillor Kathy Jewett noted to me that it would save Whistler $725,000 off a rental project they are building, provided it is eligible. And that, Madam Speaker, gets me to the only gripe that I have with this particular piece of legislation, is that we should really look to extend it to projects that are already being built by the nonprofit sector. That way, future tenants will be able to benefit from lower rents from these projects, which in the end is the entire point of this exercise. And Madam Speaker, I want to contrast this with the housing policy and legislation that's been put forward by the Conservative Party, as proposed by their private members' bill and otherwise. And believe it or not, Madam Speaker, this bill and policy would actually increase taxes on purpose-built rentals for projects meant for middle-class Canadians. It would actually take away the resources that would allow municipalities to get more housing built faster with things like the Housing Accelerator Fund. And given that the Conservatives invested 13 times less on transit than our government has, their commitment to withhold funding to municipalities unless there is sufficient density around transit projects is just another avenue where they would not only cut housing funding, but cut the pathetic amount of funding they delivered towards transit. Well-known housing expert Mike Moffat said that this private member's bill is incredibly weak and would actually substantially increase federal bureaucracy. And Madam Speaker, this is not serious housing policy. This is unintelligible housing policy as crafted by a bully. And Canadians deserve better than that. The second aspect of this bill that we're debating today will make some significant changes to the Competition Act that will increase competition in our economy and ultimately lower costs for Canadians. In particular, they take aim at the failings the Bureau had in ascertaining the reason for high grocery prices because of some of the structural challenges. The changes announced in Bill C-56 will amend the Competition Act to allow the Minister of Industry to direct the Commissioner of Competition to conduct an inquiry into the state of competition in a market or industry. It will permit the Competition Tribunal to compel information to allow it to do its work, as well as to look at vertical collaborations, and will also repeal the exception under the Act for efficiency gains brought on by mergers. So these new measures will allow the Minister to ensure that the Bureau is keeping a watchful eye on anti-competitive behaviors in different sectors. And by looking into the state of competition, for instance, in gas stations, we can answer the question of why gas prices are consistently higher, often 10 cents a litre higher in Squamish and Whistler than in Metro Vancouver. Meanwhile, they don't have the 18.5 cent tax that the Metro Vancouver Transit Authority charges at gas stations. By looking into the grocery sector with these new powers, we can answer the question of why the amazing small-scale farms on the Sunshine Coast and the Sea to Sky Corridor are able to produce delicious, nutrient-dense organic produce at a lower price than at farmers markets than the mass-produced non-organic foreign produce that are found in a lot of grocery stores. And so I would suggest these might be two areas that the Minister should direct the Bureau to investigate with these newfound powers. And lastly, Madam Speaker, on the efficiency defense. Long ago, Canada brought in the defense to a merger that would be anti-competitive if it showed it would allow businesses to be more efficient so that Canadian companies would become large enough to compete with foreign counterparts. Given how concentrated much of these sectors have become and how large companies have become, this defense no longer makes sense if it ever did. So, Madam Speaker, each of these changes to the Competition Act are very welcome, but much more can be done, and it must be done when a more fulsome update of the Act is undertaken. In particular, I would like to see stronger protection, or penalties rather, for anti-competitive behavior, and for us to take a closer look at the thresholds to ensure that more regional monopolies are tackled as well. But Madam Speaker, the changes both to the Competition Act and with the removal of GST on purpose-built rentals are very, very welcome changes that will make a huge difference in tackling the rising cost of living and the rising cost of housing.
The honourable member, Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech, and I noticed that he's speaking about economic benefits, and he spoke to somebody in a town in his riding, I think he's mentioned Whistler, and they talked about the importance of the GST benefit that's presented in this bill, and I'm just wondering if he had a date on that actual benefit because I think the Liberal government promised this 8 years ago and abandoned it 6 years ago, and that GST benefit is starting to come back now. He also criticized and compared it to the bill on the floor of the House of Commons put forward by my leader. And it's interesting because he took that shot, but I think, we just had a federal budget here, and none of this was in the federal budget. And I don't know, it's late to the game here for the government to kind of say, okay, we're starting to recognize there's things we should have been paying attention to for the last 6 years. Is this coming to the game late? Does he finally recognize this? Or is it because we've actually identified this for years in the opposition that, okay, the lights are going on, I see what's happening, and people are talking about it to him in his riding?
The honourable for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I quite enjoyed working with him on multiple different committees. I would say that the contrast with the policy that's been put forward by the Conservative Party is that they only plan to get rid of the GST on purpose-built rentals that are below market, not for all rentals. And so I think this is missing part of the puzzle to make sure that we can get more rental housing built faster, particularly right now when we're seeing the high interest rates are impacting the ability of the business case for making those projects happen. And I think it's a very important time for us to be moving forward on these measures because of that. Prior to this, we really tackled the low-income and social housing with our national housing strategy. But I think just given the changing economic circumstances, it's really important that we're bringing forward this measure now.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We believe that this bill can be received in different ways depending on the sector, which just shows that you can't satisfy everyone. I have a question regarding Section 3. It says that it will amend Section 10, which at 2.1, subsection 2, it will be stated that the commissioner should be asked whether the inquiry is realistic based on costs. So what does it mean if costs are too high? Does that mean there won't be an inquiry? What is the definition of an overly high cost? And if the inquiry is in the interest of consumers, but that ultimately the inquiry isn't held, does that mean that consumers' interests are being forgotten? And in that case, whose interests are we considering?
Go see the Sky Country.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a good question. And I think for these details, we can certainly consult experts at committee to learn more. And something that the Bureau needs is resources in order to be able to carry out these inquiries. So I think that that's something we should look at closely. We have given more money in budget 2022 to the Bureau. This is an issue of resources and we need to look into it.
Question, the honourable for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed this bill suspends the GST on purpose-built rental housing, but the 2015 ministerial letter on this issue talked about giving tax breaks for the building of purpose-built affordable rental housing. Can my honourable colleague explain to the House why this bill drops the word affordable?
Answer from the member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. This is more inclusive, so it's not just for below market rental housing, it's for all rental housing because we have a need right now to get as much supply to make sure that we're able to meet the very high targets that CMHC said we need to meet. 3.5 million homes on top of what we're already producing or building right now, and a big part of this needs to be below market, but also market rentals so that we're able to bring down prices overall.
Good job. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's a true honour for me to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport on Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act although I want to note that the short title is that it is the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. It's an important piece of legislation. It's going to help build some more rental homes that are affordable for Canadians, and it's going to help us to start making much needed changes to the Competition Act. More competition, Madam Speaker, will create a healthier and more prosperous Canadian economy. So there's two key changes in the legislation. The first is to remove the GST from the all-new purpose-built rental housing. The second is to make changes to the Competition Act that would enable the Competition Bureau to conduct market studies, and it would also remove the efficiencies exception from merger review. And there's a number of other changes which I'll get into in the time that I have. I'm going to speak a little bit about 5 minutes to the first part and 5 minutes to the second part, because I think it's important for us to understand why we are introducing this legislation, why it's important right now. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, over the last almost 8 years, our federal government has done a lot on housing. I'm very, very proud of our investment in all of the programs that we have implemented. Since 2017, when we introduced the National Housing Strategy, we have introduced a number of programs. So there's around $82 billion worth of programs that have been introduced. Their purpose is to build supply and to support first-time buyers in purchasing their first home. So maybe I'll run through some of those key programs and key initiatives that we have introduced. There's been a number of incentives for more affordable rental units to be built. We have also introduced some disincentives for house flippers and foreign buyers. We've introduced a multi-generational home tax credit. We've put a massive commitment of $1.5 billion to build the next generation of co-op housing, and I'm eager for that to get started, Madam Speaker. We've put in a historic amount for rapid or modular housing, which has been a game changer for most of our big cities across this country. We've introduced a Canada Housing Benefit, a home accessibility tax credit, long-term supports for homeless, and we've also introduced a number of programs for those Canadians who are trying to buy their first home. So the first home savings account, the home buying plan, the first-time home buyers tax credit, and the first-time buyers incentives. And we realize, as always, Madam Speaker, we need to do more, and more is part of this legislation. Now, Madam Speaker, I will say to you that I spent a lot of time over the summer meeting with a number of groups, and I met with groups who are trying to build deeply affordable housing within Davenport, within Toronto, and I want to give a special shout out to West Neighborhood House and to St. Michael's Homes. They took me through really their examples of how they're trying to use the programs at all levels of government for additional housing. And I will say to you that they did point out that there's some issues at all levels that need to be addressed. They're not huge insurmountable issues, but I think they are working with our programs, they're happy with our programs, and they look forward to us resolving some of the programs. And I will tell you that they're very happy with the introduction of Bill C-56. I'll also say to you that I've met with a number of developers, they had been indicating, and I've been meeting with them not just over the summer, but over the last year or so. They've indicated that due to inflation, many of the plans that they had created a few years ago are just no longer viable. And so that's why, with us proposing to remove the GST on the construction of new apartment buildings to get more rental homes built faster is so important. And I'll say to you, and I'm sure this has been quoted in the House, Madam Speaker, but there was a great article that came out from the Canadian press where you had the CEO of Dream Unlimited Corporation say that high interest rates and construction costs had put many projects on pause, but given the federal government's announcement that it would eliminate GST changes off rental developments and the expectation that provinces would follow suit, this has changed the calculation for them. I would say that that is exactly the sentiment for many of the developers in my riding. So what are the actual changes that are being proposed in the bill? It's changing the Excise Tax Act so that the goods and services tax be removed from new purpose-built housing to encourage an increase in the construction of rental housing. These measures will actually modify the existing GST rent rebate by increasing the rebate rate from 36% to 100% and removing the rebate phase-out threshold for purpose-built rental housing projects. So what are experts saying about this, Madam Speaker? I just took a couple from a long list. Mike Moffat, one of Canada's leading housing experts, called this a fantastic transformative step. And Toronto's former chief city planner, Jennifer Keesmaat, has said that this measure could be the beginning of a sea change. So I would say to you, this is, again, very popular with developers in my riding and across Toronto. And I want to know, Madam Speaker, before I go to the next section, that provinces such as Ontario, Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia are already following our lead by eliminating provincial taxes on new rentals. And this will, of course, result in even more building of affordable rental homes that Canadians need. Now, Madam Speaker, the second part of this legislation that we're speaking about today are measures that begin a much-needed update to Canada's Competition Act. Madam Speaker, I sit on Finance Committee, and it's been just over 4 years that I've been on Finance Committee, and we hear a lot of concerns from the business community, from many Canadians in general. They've been worried about our competitiveness. They're worried about the limited number of large companies in what many feel are oligopolistic sectors. They worry about Canada's productivity. They worry about the little business investment that we've had in our country, despite historic low interest rates for over 10 years until a year and a half ago. And there's a great recognition that we have a lot to do to improve competition in Canada. So I was delighted when our Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry indicated in February 2022 that he would undertake a review of the Act, and he wanted to begin with some immediate targeted improvements and follow up with some more consultations to consider some broader changes. We received a lot of feedback, and so Bill C-56 gets us started on the changes that were suggested. So what will Bill C-56 do? Well, it will provide the Competition Bureau with powers to compel the production of information to conduct effective and complete market studies. It will remove the efficiencies defense, which currently allow anti-competitive mergers to survive challenges if corporate efficiencies offset the harm to competition, even when Canadian consumers would pay higher prices and have fewer choices. And it will empower the Competition Bureau to take action against collaborations that stifle competition and consumer choice, in particular situations where large grocers prevent smaller competitors from establishing operations nearby. Our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance spoke in the House on this bill the other day, and she said the following: this bill seeks to amend the Competition Act to give more power to the Competition Bureau so that it can investigate price gouging and price fixing. It would put an end to anti-competitive mergers that drive up prices and limit Canadian choices. It would also enable the Competition Bureau to ensure that big grocery stores cannot prevent smaller competitors from opening stores nearby. Our federal government is relentlessly focused on building an economy with stable prices, steady growth, and abundant, well-paying middle-class jobs. Madam Speaker, while this bill includes measures that is only our initial response to the feedback that we have heard during the ongoing consultation to the future of competition policy in Canada, this bill's amendments strike at the core of Canada's competition law, empowering the Competition Bureau to better serve the public in its role as enforcer and advocate, and allowing the country to reap the well-documented benefits of more competitive markets. Now, Madam Speaker, now more than ever, effective and modern competition law and enforcement are necessary to promote affordability for Canadians and to help our economy grow. With our federal government's 2022 amendments to combat price fixing and the changes proposed in this bill, our federal government is promoting greater affordability and the type of marketplace that allows our economy to grow. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, our federal government is relentlessly focused on building an economy with stable prices, steady growth, and abundant, well-paying middle-class jobs. And that's why this legislation, Bill C-56, is so important. It will provide key changes that may help to stabilize grocery prices for Canadians, and it will help to accelerate the construction of new apartment buildings that is affordable for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I paid close attention to the speech brought forward by the member from Davenport, and I wanted to ask her two specific questions. First of all, many of my farmers continue to talk about carbon tax, and many of them are receiving bills with about $12,000 per month, just alone on carbon tax. These are food producers. So we know that this tax is actually applied because $12,000 to a person monthly. We know that this this money has to come from somewhere, which actually ends up being the consumer. And I do question, will she support getting rid of the carbon tax, knowing that it does have a horrible implication on the cost of living? And secondly, when we're in the farming community, we have lots of people that are looking for housing, especially temporary foreign workers. Will this housing benefit or this housing incentive also assist farmers? Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say to you, I'm going to answer the second question first, as it is more relevant to the bill at hand, but I think for both of the questions. On the second question, it will help all Canadians. It will help rural, it will help urban. And I'll tell you, it's because it is meant to be a game changer. It is meant to incentivize far more building of rental housing, whether it is in our urban setting or in our rural setting. And as I mentioned before, and I quoted a couple of experts, they have indicated this is transformational and a game changer. So I think it'll help all Canadians wherever they live across the country. In terms of the price on pollution, as we know, we have to decarbonize our economy. And I would say that largely experts right around the world agree that a price on pollution is a really great way to reduce our emissions. And so I would say that the residents of Davenport very much support a price on pollution and very much support us moving as quickly as possible to a low-carbon future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rivière-des...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We in the Bloc Québécois cannot be against this bill, but the effects will be minimal. This is about housing. And this bill, eliminating the GST on construction, will not reduce rents. That's a concern for us, and it won't have an impact on access to housing ownership. And what we really need now is to have social housing. This will have no impact on that. What would my colleagues say to this?
L'honorable député de Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his questions. And I would say to him that I would like to respectfully disagree with him. I had mentioned that I have been on Finance Committee for 4 years. Over the last year and a half, we have disproportionately and rightly spoken about housing and inflation. How do we get started? I will tell you the rebate of the GST has been one of the top recommendations that has come forward. It is about increasing supply into the marketplace, and I think that's going to help overall prices because we're putting so much more supply into the marketplace. I'd also say to you, I had also mentioned that I met with a number of constituents in my riding that are trying to build deeply affordable housing. They've indicated we have amazing programs. We have to make some adjustments to make it easier for them to apply and deal with some irritants. But other than that, we have great programs, and it will lead to deeply affordable housing for our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a start, removing the GST on rental housing. Certainly something that the NDP has been calling for. Now, we've heard the Conservatives put forward a proposal of selling 15% of federal buildings and lands. Madam Speaker, we've seen what that looks like at the provincial level. Doug Ford in the Greenbelt. We saw that in British Columbia, what they did with private forest lands. They sold them off. People can't access the outdoors anymore in some of those areas. Will my colleagues support legislation to ensure that all federal lands and buildings are not sold but leased, and that they go for non-market housing so that there's certainty that it just doesn't end up in the pockets of developers, as we see right now in Ontario and what just happened with the Greenbelt? We need to make sure that it goes to the people that need it and it stays in the hands of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable for Davenport, a brief answer.
Yes, thanks so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for his excellent question. I'll say a few things. One is we have introduced $82 billion worth of programs, and we will, as a government, always be thinking almost every single day, not almost, but every single day, in terms of what more we can do to make sure that we are providing housing for Canadians. Deeply affordable housing, ability for Canadians to buy their very first houses. So every day we should be thinking about and looking at all options. So for me, I'm open to all options, and I know our government is as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, conformément à
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Pricing. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, housing. And the Honourable Member for Dufferin Caledon, carbon pricing. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to take this occasion to express my sadness and shock about an event going on in the world. Azerbaijan has launched a brutal military attack against Nagorno-Karabakh called Artsakh by people of the region. There's been shelling and death of civilians. The Lechin corridor was blocked by Azeri forces. Now the majority of the ethnic Armenians in the region are fleeing the region because they're worried about attacks and reprisals. Thousands upon thousands of people have already taken exile and gone to Armenia. My colleague, the member for Strathcona, and I have written to the Canadian government to ask them to very seriously consider imposing sanctions against the dictatorial regime of Azerbaijan, because we cannot stay silent faced with what is going on there. There are major human rights violations. There is also what appears to be a forced displacement of peoples, which is forbidden by international conventions. Thank you. Now, I'd like to talk about the bill under study, which deals with issues which are central to Canadians' lives. We have heard about this for months, for years. The high cost of housing and of the food basket. This is hurting workers, seniors, students, and families all over the country. Madam Speaker, I would like the time to say that in Montreal and Ottawa, there is increasingly visible homelessness on the streets, as well as invisible homelessness. I was just in Ontario. I visited Sault Ste. Marie and Sudbury. There, too, people are struggling. People are suffering from mental health problems, addictions problems. There are a lot of homeless people living in the streets. The homelessness crisis affects a lot of people, and there are many people who are in dire need of help. The NDP met with Olivia Chow today. She's our former colleague, and now she's the mayor of Toronto. She told us that in Toronto, 10,000 people sleep in shelters every night, and the shelters are overflowing. Hundreds of people are turned away at the door at shelters each night. There are people sleeping in church basements. The last Rapport Noir published by the Frappe Russe said that in Quebec alone, 173,000 households have dire housing needs. That means that they are not housed or living in overcrowded or inadequate housing, such that it has an effect on their health. 370,000 households in Quebec spend over 30% of their income on housing. When you're in that situation, you are considered poor. That's the rule, 30%. If you spend 30% of your income on housing, you are in an at-risk situation. You are in a precarious situation. That is the situation of 400,000 families in Quebec. 130,000 families or individuals are spending over 50% of their income on housing in Quebec, which means you're basically very close to homelessness. So we can see the effects of the Liberal and Conservative government's lack of prioritizing of social housing and co-op housing. Rent has increased 13% over the past 2 years in Quebec. There's an increasingly present phenomenon, that of rent evictions. That means that people who used to be able to afford their homes, their units' rent went up significantly or just a bit, but either way, their rent is increased and people are put out on the streets. In Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, we constantly receive messages and emails from people who are very sad to lose their homes. But the federal government is turning their back on those people right now. So government's decisions in 1994, the impacts are being felt today. Conservatives are not better than the Liberals. Under the Stephen Harper government, the leader of the current official opposition was a minister. A lot of affordable housing was lost during that time. The Conservative solution is not complicated. They want to take public land and sell it to private developers who will make a profit, rather than truly meeting people's needs. As for the current Liberal strategy, well, it's just not working. All reports, all experts, all community groups on the ground say it's not working. The situation with housing is getting worse year after year after year. The member for Davenport can say that they're investing billions in their strategy, but their strategy isn't working, and people's housing needs are dire, Madam Speaker. C-56 would remove GST from the construction of rental housing. That's a good idea. In fact, it's such a good idea that we, the NDP, are the ones who proposed it. But as usual, the Liberals are acting in half measures. This is a boost to developers who will boost supply as demand is high, but there are no guarantees. There are no mechanisms to make sure that the units that are built will be affordable and will truly meet the needs that people have in our communities and in our regions. It's possible that this measure will have no effect on rent prices. This might just increase the profit margins of real estate developers. Madam Speaker, are we really doing something positive? If developers are getting extra profits, they're getting this gift, and we know that these units which are built, they'll be rented out for $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 a month. Is that really going to help the average Canadian who's on a waiting list, who's waiting for social housing? No, not at all. There needs to be a lot of improvement to this bill. The finance minister said that this measure will see 300,000 units built per year. Last year, 10,000 units were built. The minister says that there will be an additional 30,000 a year. But 270 plus 30, we need 300,000 a year. So we're short 200,000 a year. So cutting the GST is a half measure, and it doesn't actually help people when they need to pay their bills or pay for rent. This is market perspective, market logic. The Liberals, in fact, in this bill are not mentioning that housing is a fundamental, basic human right. The Liberals are just giving this gift to developers, which will not at all help workers or Canadians. The true solution, Madam Speaker, is to have affordable housing. And the definition of affordable housing is when a housing does not cost more than 30% of a family or an individual's income. My NDP colleague, the member for Vancouver East, says that we need 200,000 units built, non-market units, social housing, cooperative housing, community housing. But in order to do so, we need an acquisition fund. There has to be an acquisition fund to buy land and buy buildings to meet needs on the ground. This has been done in Vienna, in Austria, and now 60% of their housing stock is non-market. They should be an inspiration to us, but unfortunately, the federal government is not taking that direction. It's not in this bill. We, the NDP, feel that we absolutely must set up an acquisition fund to build public non-market housing. Next, as for groceries, Canadians are still having to make heartbreaking choices. They're having to eat smaller portions. Grocery prices have increased 22% since 2020. Many salaries did not increase that much since 2020. Meanwhile, while people are hard hit, these companies are lining their pockets. Loblaw Sobeys in Metro last year made $3.6 billion in profits while people were struggling to pay for groceries. The federal government is doing nothing. We, the NDP, feel that we need to go beyond stabilizing grocery prices. We need to bring those prices down. And we also need measures to punish these greedy CEOs. They are lining their pockets, and we need to tax their profits, tax the profits of these major grocers, which are taking advantage of the inflation situation and taking advantage of people. The NDP has a proposal about this to have more investigation powers for the Competition Bureau. We hope that the Liberals will listen to our proposals. We have to do things all the way. We have to go all the way. No more half measures. The Liberals too often act in half measures. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know a number of members have raised the issue of non-profit housing, and I just want to amplify the fact that this particular legislation doesn't preclude that from taking place. But more importantly, I would suggest that, for example, in certain situations, housing co-ops are already exempt from having to pay the GST. The government has supported organizations like Habitat for Humanity, which builds many houses throughout the years. And the reason I say that is to emphasize, and this is where I'd like the members' thoughts, emphasize the importance that we need to not only have the government, but also the Government of Canada, but provincial jurisdictions, municipalities, and the different stakeholders to come to the table in order to deal with the true housing situation that Canadians have. All of us need to play a stronger role in resolving the problem. Would you not agree?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question, but I find it a bit odd. He says that we should be thrilled that the bill does not forbid the building of rental housing. Well, there have been needs for a long time. We should see things the other way. We should not forbid it or not block it. We should make it happen. And there's nothing to really force it to happen. I hope this bill will be improved in committee when it is studied, because the bill doesn't go far enough, in my view. As for collaboration between the federal government, the provincial governments, and municipalities, I agree. Currently, things are very complicated, very complex, and different levels of government are sort of blocking each other, and I don't want to play the blame game. We need to all sit down at the table together to find solutions. We need to also work with community groups and experts and specialists in building affordable housing. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He is as concerned as we are about the housing situation. Now, by 2030, we will need 1.1 million social and affordable housing units in Quebec. Quebec has some of the greatest needs when it comes to housing in Canada. Wouldn't he thus agree that we should vote for this bill and then enhance it in committee? Would my colleague not agree that we are in an urgent situation, which is as urgent as the climate crisis? So we need to take action faster, and we need more drastic action. We need to take action quickly now to improve things by 2030. Winter is around the corner, Madam Speaker, and things are not looking up. Canadians right now don't want to fight about numbers. They want us to take action. What does my colleague think about that? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague for her question, and I totally agree with her assessment of the urgency of the current situation. Every July, things get worse, and homelessness gets worse everywhere in Montreal and elsewhere in Quebec, including in her riding, I'm sure. People are living through horrible experiences. There are many people waiting for years to get social housing, and sometimes they are on waiting lists for years and years. While they're on waiting lists, they live in poverty, in precarity. What we can do, that's pretty simple and easy to do, is use federal public lands and buildings to build co-op housing and social housing. For example, Bas-Saint-Pie in Montreal belongs to the federal government, so we don't even have to buy it. We just have to use it to build affordable, truly affordable housing. So let's not let the Conservatives sell federal lands to private developers. Let's use public lands to build public housing.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to have a moment to be able to get up and speak to Bill C-56, an issue that I know matters to all of us here in the House. On September 21st, 2023, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance introduced an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act. This government has consulted and worked alongside the public to establish a tangible solution to alleviate this burden of hard-working Canadians. And in doing so, we have arrived at Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. This act is primarily focused on taking a stand against the cost of living crisis and delivering on the government's agenda of making life more affordable for all Canadians. We envision this act will be welcomed by all members of Parliament as it addresses many of the problems our constituencies have raised, making life more affordable. This act does nothing other than endorsing that objective, and one that we all care about. In our public consultations on addressing the cost of living crisis, we received repeated requests to tackle the rising costs of groceries. The government fully understands that higher prices have made life more challenging for many Canadians and their families. And I think we all know that because all of us go to a grocery store and are surprised at the markup on so many items, as well as the tremendous amount of profit that our grocery companies are all making on the backs of all of our families. In May, a young lady from a neighboring constituency of mine reported that she must leave her home near Jane and Eglinton at 6 a.m. to commute nearly an hour to the Fort York Food Bank and wait an additional hours to shop for her groceries. She does this in hopes of providing food for her children, ensuring they don't go to school hungry, but also having a hot meal ready for them when they come home. It's a very sad time that in 2023 in Canada this is happening. Today we are introducing a solution that hopefully will help her and prevent other Canadians from enduring this hardship. Over the past 12 months, we have consistently fought inflation effectively. We have managed to reduce inflation to 4%, almost 2 basis points lower than all 33 OECD countries. But we need to continue to drive it down even further. And that's why last week we summoned the CEOs of Canada's major grocery chains to Ottawa to devise a plan to stabilize grocery prices by Thanksgiving, or face consequences if they fail to do so. And this is quite a challenge to attempt to do this, but I think it was important that the government take to task the different companies so that they are actually getting a better understanding. They're reaping in the profits on the backs of everyone else, and they need to be reducing prices as much as they possibly can because it's Canadians who are suffering as a result of what they're doing. And if they fail to provide a plan by Thanksgiving, then the government will use whatever tools they have in the toolbox to force them to do that. The opposition leader and his one-liners will not support Canadians, but our effective measures, we hope, will. Finding ways to reduce the cost of living is no easy task. A relevant adage runs along the lines of, if you don't miss 2 or 3 planes a year, you are spending too much time in the airport. Well, this government understands that, and that is why it is exploring ways to address the affordability crisis without stifling or controlling the market. In 2022, our government passed significant legislative amendments to the Competition Act, including provisions to combat price fixing with some of the world's highest penalties. Since then, we have launched a comprehensive review of the Competition Act and engaged in public consultations with the aim of modernizing Canada's competition framework. Now our government is introducing amendments that will prevent large business mergers with anti-competitive effects, empower the Competition Bureau to conduct precise market studies, and halt anti-competitive collaborations that harm small businesses, particularly small grocers. Our government has also bolstered the Bureau's enforcement capacity by increasing its funding by $96 million. There have also been decisions made in the past by the Competition Bureau that didn't align with the message that we are attempting to deliver today. Taking this feedback into account, we have removed the efficiencies exception from merger review. As a unique feature of Canadian competition law, the efficiencies exception currently protects from state intervention mergers that will harm competition, as long as the efficiency gains they generate offset the harm to competition. All of these are very important steps to take to ensure competition is healthy and that there's actually more competition needed in Canada. The provision has been a long-standing focus of criticism, often cited as an example of the Act's ineffectiveness and poor outcome. Many pointed out that the law focuses too narrowly on calculating efficiencies that benefit specific firms over the short run, which in turn enables industry concentration and consumer harm over the long run. Again, exactly what we are trying to prevent from happening. Through this initiative, the government proposes to repeal the exception, following which an anti-competitive merger could now be remedied by order of the Competition Tribunal, notwithstanding the efficiencies that were generated. Abolition of the defense puts competition first and brings Canada in line with international norms. Our government will continue to work on affordability, Canadians for Canadians, and promote a marketplace that allows our economy to grow. Through various measures, we provide more authority to the Competition Bureau to better understand anti-competitive mergers that limit choices for Canadians and block competition that restricts Canadians' options. This proposed package comprises carefully selected areas that can directly contribute to addressing the most immediate concerns, while the government continues to consider further reform proposals to be introduced in the near term through future legislation. A negotiation to our constant fight against inflation, of course, is the rising cost of rent, which continues to make life increasingly unaffordable for people. We have people throughout our country that are gouging renters and making it extremely difficult to make ends meet for many Canadians, no matter where you live in Canada right now. This Act seeks to take concrete steps to deliver real-time relief to renters from coast to coast to coast. In these efforts to do this, we will be incentivizing housing unit construction. We are enhancing our GST rebate model. Currently at 36%, we will be increasing it to 100%, effectively removing GST from construction costs for new rental units intended for long-term renting, such as apartment buildings, student housing, and senior residences. We know, Madam Speaker, that already has had a big response back from the development community. There was a developer yesterday that indicated he was going to build 5,000 rental units and would have them into the system very quickly. The measure also removes a restriction in the existing GST rules to ensure that public service bodies like universities, public colleges, hospitals, charities, and qualifying nonprofit organizations that build or purchase purpose-built rental housing are permitted to claim the 100% GST rental rebate. This will accelerate, again, much-needed rental housing builds all across Canada. This enhanced GST rebate will apply to projects beginning on or after September 14, 2023, and up until December 31, 2030. All projects in this timeline must be completed by December 31, 2035. This rebate will only apply to new builds and not to renovations, solely to incentivize supply and fight to bring down the increase in rental costs. I hope Canadians can see an evident and comprehensive response from this government to address the current cost of living crisis that is affecting us all. This bill presents the most logical steps towards ameliorating the standard of living for many Canadians and keeping us on track to become one of the top G7 countries in reducing inflation. If that is something this House seeks to accomplish, and I know it does, there is no valid reason to oppose this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. C-56 is interesting, and there have been discussions with various companies and food distributors, and all of this is very interesting as we await the results. The purpose of C-56 is in part to reduce the influence of conglomerate. I'll mention one of them, Nestle. Nestle is a massive corporation with tentacles all over the place. So these conglomerates exist. We want to limit them, but we mustn't forget the 3% of people who feed 100% of the population, and that is farmers. They need more. We need to do more as prices rise. What solutions does the government have for farmers so that they can have a decent living?
Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Certainly the government is very concerned and is investing a lot of money and opportunities into the agricultural community to ensure that farmers can have more than just a comfortable living, that they can have a good quality of life. We know many of the farmers have their own families that intend to take over their farms when they retire. So it's important that the farming industry continues to be supported and that we do everything we can to assist them. And the government clearly is investing a lot of money in the whole agri community that continues to supply a variety of funds and additional support.
Gentleman for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's nice to hear my colleague across the way with the platitudes for farmers. The real question, though, and this has been asked perhaps multiple times in this House in different ways, for farmers who must hire temporary foreign workers and create housing and shelter for them, will those farmers qualify for the GST rebate on that housing? Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you. And thank you again to my colleague as well. The whole issue of how we need to bring in foreign workers and temporary workers to be able to help pick the tomatoes and the cucumbers and all the wonderful stuff that we enjoy every day. Finding Canadians, of course, to do that is very difficult. So we all know that temporary foreign workers are a very important part of our economy. But they have to be treated fairly, they have to be treated appropriately, and they have to also have decent housing. And we know in the past practices we've seen, they lack all of those things. And I think there was a variety of pieces of legislation that have been put forward in different ministries that are going to ensure that when workers come, they are treated fairly, they are paid appropriately, and they are also housed. Whether that will fit into the GST requirements, I don't know. It's a new announcement, as you know, but I certainly would hope that whatever is required to ensure that those workers who are feeding us every day get the support that they need. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. Earlier, one of her colleagues had talked about this bill as something that was transformational and so critical, and yet, I mean, I found that a bit hyperbolic considering we know that this is a good first step, but only one of so many that are needed in terms of housing and affordable housing and much needed housing in this country. And even economists from RBC are saying that this is one step to improve housing stock, but it does nothing to lower rents in the short term. So I would like to hear from my colleague what the government is planning to do to directly support low-income Canadians so that they can pay their rent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek, a brief answer.
Yes, thank you very much to my colleague. And I don't think we should fool ourselves, and we shouldn't be over the ceiling with anything. I mean, these are initiatives that are moving forward. I hope that they will be able to materialize very quickly, but I think we have to be realistic. This is legislation that's coming in now. The needs of our communities are out there today, and there are people out there that are homeless, the people in low-income families that cannot find housing because now they've tripled the rents that are required. And I would like to see there be some rent controls in the system that would prevent these doubling of the rent that's being asked of people. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And right now, you know, far too many Canadians are sitting around their kitchen tables with their heads in their hands saying, what do we do now? They are filled with anxiety, with fear, with apprehension about what the future holds. And it's no wonder. As inflation continues to rise, everything continues to get more and more expensive. Young parents, working families, seniors, and students are seeing their budgets stretched. And each dollar isn't going far enough. This is causing most Canadians to feel a profound sense of hopelessness. There is nothing more they can do to make things easier. There is nothing more they can do to afford a home of their own. There is nothing more they can do to ensure a better life for their children. They can't take on any more extra shifts, a side hustle, or a better paying job. There are only so many hours in the day, and whatever extra income they make is immediately evaporated by price increases and tax hikes. Whatever they take home will make virtually no difference towards an achievable down payment on a home of their own. They can't look for any more ways to save. They can only cut back so much. And at a certain point, it becomes unaffordable just to put food on the table or gas in the car. There is no longer any money left over to save towards goals like home ownership, starting a small business, or a children's education. Canadians who have worked hard and who have made sacrifices deserve better than to be left feeling hopeless because of our country's economic situation. They deserve better than to fall further and further down each rung of the income ladder, descending from middle class to poverty, and some even further. They deserve to know that their government is ready to do whatever is necessary to address the cost of living crisis in Canada. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has shown time and time again they are completely out of touch with the day-to-day realities faced by Canadians and unable to step up and take responsibility for the situation facing our country, the situation that they are directly responsible for. To them, out-of-control inflation is a global phenomenon, not the result of 8 years of uncontrolled inflationary spending. Instead of changing course or finding solutions, the Liberals are always looking for a scapegoat. To them, it is far easier to find someone else to blame than to do something that will actually address the staggering cost of fuel, groceries, rent, and mortgages. This is clear once again based on the contents of Bill C-56, which is supposed to be the Liberals' comprehensive affordability bill to address high grocery prices and rental prices. The proposed legislation sends a message from the Liberals to every Canadian who is feeling hopeless and struggling to afford the most basic of necessities. And what is that message? The government doesn't care about how hard things have become. And given the lack of concrete measures in this bill, they aren't serious about making life more affordable. Since last year, the cost of groceries in Canada have gone up 6.9%. Food is up 18% since 2020. No matter how you look at it, Canadians are paying more and more each month to feed their families. But Bill C-56 does nothing to lower food costs for Canadians by addressing the primary reason why grocery prices are increasing: this Prime Minister's carbon tax. The Liberals' expensive carbon tax makes everything more expensive and affects the entire supply chain, from farm to plate. From the farmer who is taxed to grow the food, the trucker who transports it, and the store that sells it, and the family that buys it. After 8 years, everyone is paying more and hurting more as a result. Because of the carbon tax, it is now cheaper for Canadians to buy onions that were grown and packaged in Mexico and transported across North America than it is to buy those exact same onions that were grown and packaged here in Canada. It's become unbelievable, Madam Speaker. So we know that Bill C-56 doesn't address the most significant driver of food prices in Canada, but what does it do? Within Bill C-56, there are measures to ensure there is complete increased competition in the Canadian marketplace. Some of these common sense measures were introduced by Conservatives earlier in the year. We support efforts to improve economic freedoms of Canadians through increased competition. However, the massive market share held by Canada's biggest grocers, Loblaws, Sobeys, and Metro, is a problem that has been decades in the making. Even if the bill were to come law tomorrow, no Canadian would see their food bill go down. In fact, the government's press release for Bill C-56, they admitted their goal is to stabilize food prices, not lower them. Just last week in this House during question period, the Prime Minister said he was glad the rebates Canadians received canceled out, quote, all of the increased costs his government is responsible for putting on Canadians. But that's just not good enough. Under this Prime Minister, high grocery bills are here to stay. That's the difference between this tired, corrupt, out-of-touch Liberal government and Canada's common sense Conservatives. We believe the current status quo is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. That's why Conservatives will lower costs for Canadians by axing the carbon tax, by bringing home more powerful paychecks that will buy affordable food once more. Now, Madam Speaker, we know that this government, it never knows where the puck is going. Like so many other issues, this is the case with the housing crisis facing our country. You're a day late and a dollar short. The average rent in Canada has now increased by 6.5% since 2022. The cost of mortgage rent, a down payment, have doubled, and 9 in 10 young people say they'll never be able to afford a home. And Madam Speaker, after denying there was a problem and doing nothing for far too long, the Liberals have now proposed in Bill C-56 to remove GST from new purpose-built rental housing. Well, this is a step in the right direction. After years of broken promises, it is far too limited in scope to make enough difference for too many Canadians who have seen their dream of owning a home shattered. As part of the Leader of the Official Opposition's comprehensive plan to build more homes, Conservatives have pledged to remove GST on the building of any new homes with rental prices below market value. The Liberal rebate proposed here will make it easier for developers to build more expensive homes that only the ultra-rich can afford. You know, Madam Speaker, I often say my primary responsibility and the responsibility of the official opposition is to make the government the best it can be. As a Conservative MP, this is a job I take seriously. While it's good to see some of the measures Conservatives have advocated incorporated into this bill, it ultimately does not go far enough. Canadians want more action. Bill C-56 shows that the Liberals are not taking housing and affordability issues seriously. And it's just another confirmation for Canadians that the best this Liberal government can be is just not good enough. As more powers of sale take place, As the lines get longer at the food banks every day, the Liberal approach is not working for regular people. I'm reminded once again, just when I did, as the government brought in their budget a few months ago, and I looked through the first pages, that this tired Liberal government no longer has a vision. There's no vision for this country, Madam Speaker. Canada should be a world leader, not an international embarrassment. We should be at the forefront of so many sectors like agriculture, advanced manufacturing, and not this lagging far behind. We should be a country that can ensure its citizens have a roof over their head, and that's the most basic expectation we can have. But the Liberals have failed in this. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish it was resuming debate, but I'll vet my question. And that is, you know, it's interesting how the member talks about inflation on groceries and how the Conservative Party supports competition. Yet when the leader of the Conservative Party was in government with Stephen Harper, that's when we saw the merger of Loblaws and Shoppers. And now today, I think combined they make up close to about 40% of the total grocery sales. There was actually a reduction of competition under the leader of today's Conservative Party was in government with Stephen Harper. Yet they say that they support competition. It's somewhat weird to be hearing that. The member says, well, we need to get away with the price on pollution. Yet Aaron O'Toole, another leader of the Conservative Party, said that we should have a price on pollution. Why should Canadians trust the Conservative Party of today?
Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say two things to my honourable member from Winnipeg North. You know, first of all, the carbon tax relief would be instant for Canadians. You know, the Liberals look where they were in the polling, and all of a sudden we have Bill C-56. That's rush, rush, rush again. And, you know, I would also say, to bring up housing, because it's so important in my riding, you know, the Liberals have had 8 years. Like, think about it, 8 years to build houses. And, I know there's a number of ridings across Canada where we have people living in tents. And, you know, the snow's about to fly. Here we are with Bill C-56. The snow's about to fly in 2 months. I would ask my honourable member, are we going to bus them to Florida?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We heard a lot about the carbon tax in his speech, although it was supposed to be about C-56. Several Conservative Quebecers have said recently that there will be a second carbon tax in Quebec, but what we understand is that that's not true. And if Conservatives from Quebec are saying untruths without knowing, well, it seems like maybe they haven't done their research. There's a regulation that asks our oil companies to reduce emissions by 2030. And there are subsidies of billions of dollars to help them do that. And yet somehow there will still be a cost at the pump. So is my colleague saying that the Conservatives really want to protect the gigantic profits made by oil companies who are still passing on the costs to average Canadians? Are the Conservatives really protecting the profits of oil companies instead of average Canadians?
So I hope that you can support. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. You know, I think I have to make, I'm going to try and make my colleague understand in York Simcoe, people feel they are on the outside looking in. They're paying the carbon tax, and right now they feel like they're subsidizing China to produce. They're looking around and saying to me, Scott, we've got onions coming in from Egypt, Morocco. We're losing our competitive edge, Madam Speaker, internationally. And, this has got my farmers very worried. And, the government here could have passed C-234 for farmers, and that would have made a huge difference on grocery prices. Farmers are going to have to dry their grain. dry their beans, and I've got half my riding on propane, half on natural gas. We want the infrastructure, and the carbon tax is not working for the people of York Simcoe.
The honourable member Courtney Albany.
Speaker, we know the Conservatives, and we've heard from their leader, wants to sell 6,000 government buildings, Madam Speaker, 6,000 of them. And we know what that looks like, Madam Speaker, when the private sector gets involved with government. We just saw Doug Fort's government try to sell off the Greenbelt in Ontario that would have amounted to $8 billion going to a handful of developers, and no assurances that the housing that would have been developed would have been affordable. Madam Speaker, there's nowhere in the world that the free market has solved an affordable housing crisis. So to my colleague, does he agree that public land should be in public hands and that any buildings that are used for for housing should be leased out and in the hands of the public for non-market housing? And will he condemn the Ford government for their scandal on the Greenbelt?
The honourable member for York Simcoe, a brief answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I always enjoy my colleague, and thank you for his question. And I always thank him for the support on my plastics bill. I think he's spoken 96 times now on the importance of us with my plastic bill, C-204, that's coming through the Senate again, so it'll be back in the House. The support on Lake Simcoe, and I'm glad he supports our plan to put 15% of federal government properties into houses that people can afford. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. And it's an honour to rise to address Bill C-56, Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, as affordability is an issue of great concern to many of the constituents in the riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, which I have the privilege of representing. Affordability continues to be a major challenge for Canadians. Despite the inflation rate decreasing from a high of 8.1% last June to 4% last month, prices remain high. As we all recognize, global events, including COVID-19 and the post-COVID economy, the climate crisis, and of course the unconscionable invasion of Ukraine by Russia, have contributed to high inflation worldwide. Even though the Canadian economy has done well compared to most other countries, it's of little solace to Canadians who are struggling. While global inflation was not caused by the Government of Canada, it is the responsibility of us all to continue to put forward measures to help Canadians. The pandemic created a unique challenge through the closure of businesses, the creation of labor shortages, and the disruption of supply chains. For the first time, for many, we saw some of the worst consequences of an interconnected global economy. The reality was exacerbated by extreme climate events, such as flooding, forest fires, and heat waves that have swept across countries and continents. In fact, 2023 was the worst year on record for wildfires in Canada. In addition to all that, the war on Ukraine impacted vital food exports that Canada, as well as many other countries, rely on. This conflict has increased global commodity prices, further exacerbating inflation and affordability issues here at home. Inflation in Canada has decreased to 4% from a high of 8.1% in June 2022, as I've already said, and that's considerable progress. However, the stark rise in oil and gas prices due to large cuts by the Saudi energy minister and OPEC, which highlights the precarious nature of this commodity, illustrates that we are not yet at the stable prices Canadians need. And a lot of the increase in inflation recently was due to the rise in oil and gas prices, world commodity prices. A noteworthy point by Tiff Macklin asserts that the source of inflation is from these impactful global events and not the opposition belief that putting a price on pollution is the driving force. In fact, Tiff Macklin, who the opposition loves to quote, calculated that the price on pollution only contributes 0.15 percentage points to inflation, a very small percentage of the inflation we have experienced. And this does not take into account the checks that Canadian households in province who are part of the federal backstop program receive 4 times a year, which helps offset these increases. Additionally, while we have no specific estimates of the inflationary impact of climate events, we do know that there has been a great deal of money spent fighting these events. And decreased food supply due to climate change. This has had an additional impact on inflation rates. But while we must fight the climate crisis, we must also fight the affordability crisis. Thus, we're introducing additional measures to do just that. We're introducing measures to respond to the affordability challenge. And with Bill C-56, our Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, we are proposing amendments to the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act to make rental housing more affordable and encouraging greater competition to stabilize prices. So first, we're removing the GST on new rental housing, apartments, student housing, seniors residents, to encourage new builds to support the housing crisis. It's not the only answer, but we've heard from many, many housing advocates that this will definitely help. Increasing supply in all sectors of the housing market will drive down rental rates. So this measure is being applied to all apartments that are being built, all rental units that are being built. And this plan is a continuation of the Liberal government's 2015 commitment to housing, affordable housing, with the social infrastructure funding stream and other programs. So this is building on actions that have been taken. This government has been putting forward measures to address the housing affordability crisis for years, but we see that more is needed. And so this is an additional measure that will help increase supply and bring down rental costs. This is also meeting the SDG objectives of reducing poverty and inequalities, improving health care, and creating economic growth. Additionally, we have done many things to address the cost of groceries and grocery prices. I sit on the Agriculture Committee. We've had 2 studies on food prices, one on food security and one on grocery prices. A number of recommendations were made in these studies, and the changes to the Competition Act will address many of these. However, we still have to do more, and therefore the government, the Prime Minister, and Minister Champagne called in not only the heads of the major grocery chains, but also the heads of the, thank you, also the heads, I realize I said names that I shouldn't, thank you.
Yes, the Honourable Member.
And our Prime Minister have called in both the heads of the grocery chains as well as the heads of major food manufacturers to come and speak with the government and work together to come up with further solutions, because we all have to work together. And we know then when grocery chains are making record profits and CEOs and others in the C-suite are getting high-level bonuses, that Canadians need to know that they are also concerned about other stakeholders, their loyal customers and their frontline employees who need to see some help given to them as well. So we're making reforms to the Competition Act to foster competition across the economy with a focus on the grocery sector, in addition to these other measures we have taken. Of course, we also gave the grocery rebate to try and help with affordability. We have modernized competition law and the necessary enforcement to combat price fixing in all sectors by applying some of the highest penalties in the world. We did it with the help of public consultation to ensure Canadian voices were engaged and heard. We'll also introduce amendments that eliminate big business mergers with anti-competitive effects, enable the Competition Bureau to conduct precise market studies, and stop anti-competitive collaborations that stifle small businesses, especially small local grocers. We also need to take the necessary steps to collect public data on the costs throughout the agri-food supply chain, including disaggregated data on costs of primary agriculture, food and beverage processing, and food retail sectors. We know that our farmers are working hard across Canada. We know that they need support, and we do not want to see any more pressure put on our farmers. In addition, there will be funding for Indigenous-led initiatives in remote and northern areas to improve infrastructure that support food security in the communities. The recommendation recognizes the unique challenges attributed to vulnerable communities in times of crisis and facilitates measures to support and protect them. There were several other recommendations made, Madam Speaker, in these studies, and we're following up on most of them. We know that this government has lived through some of the most challenging global events in history. And while the opposition likes to confuse correlation with causality, just because something happened at the same time as something else does not mean it's caused by it. We have seen time and time again experts who have cited that the causes of this global inflation are the 3 C's: climate change, COVID, and conflict. Those are the 3 major reasons for this inflation, and we are doing everything we can as a government to try and help Canadians, to take responsibility to help Canadians to fight this inflation and to deal with the issue of affordability. All of us here will continue working on affordability to ensure a prosperous marketplace that fosters economic growth and a comfortable standard of living for Canadians and their families. We see you, we hear you, and we are acting to correct this affordability crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member, I'm sorry, I know, for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lincoln.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. With regards to Bill C-56, would she agree that, a Band-Aid covering an infection doesn't actually heal the infection, and it only makes it worse? When I look at the farmers in my riding, they're the only people that I know of that buy retail and sell wholesale. They're the only people that buy retail and sell wholesale. So putting carbon tax on top of their monthly bills does directly affect our economy. Would she agree with that?
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my honourable colleague, thank you for the question. Your question about Band-Aids, first of all, the member asked a couple of different questions, and Band-Aids do not heal wounds, it's true, but Bill C-56 is definitely more than a Band-Aid. We know that we need more housing, and this will provide more housing. We've heard it from many, many experts, and this will help Canadians to get more affordable housing, especially in the rental sector. Additionally, on the subject of farmers, absolutely, farmers are hardworking. I come from a family of farmers. My Dutch background, my mother's family are all farmers, and they talk to me. But they recognize that climate change is a reality, and that we need to work on this as well to help them deal with the climate events. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable... Oh, God, mon Dieu. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. No problem, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor. My question for my colleague. We've heard a lot during the last week or so. We've heard a lot about the Liberals saying proudly that they've organized a meeting with leaders of the grocery chains. This is a spectacle that leads to all sorts of promises for the future, but it's actually not binding for these grocery heads. We heard about a 3-week deadline. A week and a half is left. What will actually be done if these grocery chains don't voluntarily decide to lower prices? Will there be some kind of tax? Will the government impose binding policies? And if there is a tax, will that be passed on to consumers? Is there any kind of demand for results from the Liberals?
Which is Richmond Hill.
And thank you once again to my colleague across the way. We are having meetings currently. We believe that the grocery chains and the large manufacturers will come forward with solutions. In Canada, we all work together, and I believe that they understand that the only thing to maximize is not shareholder value, it's also stakeholder value in other areas, such as employees and customers. So we are working with them. We will come up with solutions. And certainly the last thing we want to do is increase prices for consumers. So whatever solutions we come up with will not be passed on to consumers.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For months, consumers are being screwed over by the grocery giants. People are paying incredibly high prices while these giants are raking in the profits. And yet, we seem to have government officials going on their knees in front of these grocery leaders in order to beg them to stabilize prices. But prices are already too high. So even if they're stabilized, they'll still be too high. Is the Liberals' plan to stabilize extortion?
Which is Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague. The prices are too high. We all understand that. We've all seen that. And we are asking, and we're not on our knees, we are meeting with these heads of these companies, both the grocery chains and the manufacturers, to talk to them about what they can do voluntarily with us to address this. We are willing to see that these high profits, these exceedingly high profits and bonuses are not okay when people are suffering, unlike the Conservatives who like to blame everything on the price on pollution and not at all look to the high profits that are being made by both the grocery sector and the oil and gas sector when Canadians are struggling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise for the first time in this session of Parliament to speak to Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax and the Competition Act. The lack of affordable housing has been top of mind in my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, as home and rental prices just have continued to increase over the last 8 years. To give you some data, Madam Speaker, in 2015, when the current government took office, rental units were on average around $700 a month. I did have fairly wide variance. I do represent a large rural riding, but now that rent is well over $1,000 per month. An average house price in 2015 was $311,000, whereas now it's over $608,000. Further complicating this is home sales are down over 27% below the 5-year average and over 31% below the 10-year average. This speaks directly to the impact this Liberal government's inflationary deficit spending is having on the economy and the ability for people to get into homes, not only to get them built, but actually afford to either build them or move into rental units. I think this has finally come home to roost with the Liberal government, and they're acting now, although be it far too late. And it's funny, Madam Speaker, that they finally come forward with a bill to actually help make life more affordable for Canadians at the same time that the Honourable Leader of the official opposition introduced his bill, the Buildings Home Not Bureaucracy Act, and they liked the bill so much that they decided to take a piece of it and call it their own. Yeah. I guess you could say, Madam Speaker, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I would offer the Liberals could save themselves a ton of work by just passing the more comprehensive bill from the Leader of the Opposition. One of the aspects of the bill, Madam Speaker, that I do question is that how is it going to address the immediate housing crisis that Canadians are facing right now? Because if you read the bill, these actual rental housing units don't even have to be completed until 12 years from now in the year 2035. As I said, Madam Speaker, this housing issue has been going on, and I've been hearing about it almost my whole time since I was elected. But I hosted a housing task force meeting just over a year ago back in my riding because I recognized that this issue actually transcends all levels of government and elected officials and stakeholders. Everybody's got a piece to play in solving this. And those stakeholders included my counties, my health units, realtors, builders, chambers of commerce, not-for-profits, co-op housing groups, and as well as the construction sector. And just to paint a bit of the picture, the complexity of this issue that we're facing, Madam Speaker, and why this bill doesn't go far enough. Increasing cost of lands to build on, rising interest rates, the NIMBYism that's existing at all levels, but in particular at the municipal level, development charges and red tape, labor shortages in the construction sector, high inflation on building goods and everyday goods caused by not only supply chain issues, but more importantly by the carbon tax and the deficit spending of this Liberal government. This cost of living crisis has basically exhausted the not-for-profits in my area as the demand for aid continues to increase, and they've been calling for the GST removal on not-for-profits as well, not just what's being proposed in Bill C-56. Existing landlords are hesitant to rent out their properties due to the challenges that so many Canadians are facing because of a frequency of home takeovers. And again, the excessive red tape for private investment because the federal government programs are too restrictive. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, removing the GST off eligible purpose-built rentals is just one small drop in the bucket for what the residents in my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound need to see in order to fix this housing crisis. The government likes to talk about some of their other programs like the Housing Accelerator Fund. I had the privilege of sitting on the UMA committee when we first studied the Housing Accelerating Fund, but it's actually failed to demonstrate its utility. Today, I'm only aware of one announcement of any funding actually going out under that program. And when I asked the minister specifically at committee a year ago about how is this going to help a large portion of Canada, i.e. those of us that live in rural Canada, he basically admitted, or he did admit on committee, on the public record, that this funding is geared towards the major urban centers in this country and not for the rest of Canada. Another example that we discussed, I was lucky enough to question the president of the CMHC, why at that committee as well, is just the level of bureaucracy and the complications. And I'll get into a specific example of the challenges that my not-for-profits were facing. Fortunately, we had a good, ultimately, I was successful in advocating for a change, but I had a not-for-profit senior housing development that was running into roadblocks due to the Liberal government's inflationary spendings, the costs that have gone up, as I highlighted earlier, to the point where they now had to buy down, according to the CMHC, through their financial institution, the actual lending rate. But they weren't allowed to actually talk or renegotiate that because now their prices had doubled, and I'll get into the specifics a little bit later, and yet they were being told they couldn't communicate in it. Fortunately, when I had the president there, we were able to get a solution solved, but the point is that too much bureaucracy is just, again, causing the problems. We need less gatekeepers, not more. I'll get into a little bit of the specifics here, Madam Speaker, as I was just mentioning. So in this specific case, the construction costs had gone from $3 million to $7 million alone for this not-for-profit. And this is why this is so important that we change it. In prepping for this speech, Madam Speaker, I did reach out to a number of the stakeholders and not-for-profits in my area to say, how is this going to help them? And they feel that, look, it's a step in the right direction, but there's plenty of tangible steps that the government needs to make in order to make more substantial changes. As I mentioned, charities, not-for-profits. I got the Habitat for Humanity in my riding, a charity which builds homes for those low-income residents, and they suggested removing the GST off the sale of those homes that are being built for charities as well, because that's not being mentioned here at all in the bill. And a challenge that they specifically face is when fair market value rises, so does the GST, which makes it then more expensive for these charities like the Habitat for Humanity to build these homes for low-income Canadians, especially given the affordability crisis that Canadians are facing, which has now reduced the charitable donations that these charities are receiving. Additional feedback that I got from them: remove the compounding carbon tax and clean fuel standards, as they increase costs significantly for charities as they receive no rebate off of these additional taxes. So Madam Speaker, in sort of reiterating and closing my speech today, ultimately Bill C-56 contains a number of half measures, ideas taken from the opposition parties, including, as I already mentioned, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, as well on the competition side, my colleague from the Bay of Quinte. And they have an over-reliance on the existing programs that are obviously not working, or they're just doing funding re-announcements. And as I said, while there are some solid measures in this bill, which may encourage the constructions of more homes, more must be done now to catch up and ensure that Canadians have a roof over their head immediately. Specifically regarding the housing portion of the bill, the reality is that there's a lot more value in the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act as a bill and because it goes far beyond just removing the GST off certain new builds and sets out a roadmap in bringing homes to more Canadians that they can afford. So ultimately, if the Liberal government's serious about addressing the housing affordability, they'd fast track the Leader of the Officials Opposition's bill and make it law today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must say I'm somewhat disappointed in terms of the Conservative Party today. They're not recognizing in terms of the many different things that this legislation is actually doing. They're very easy to critique the legislation and underestimate just to the degree in which this legislation is going to help Canadians coast to coast to coast. In fact, yesterday we saw on the floor a concurrence motion to prevent debate on this particular piece of legislation, and there's no signs that the Conservatives want to let up in terms of allowing the bill to go to committee. Does the Conservative Party today, number one, support the legislation? And if they support the legislation, do they believe the legislation should get to committee, sometime this month, next month? When do they think the bill should go to committee? Because it is providing relief to Canadians.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Ovensound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd say I'm not shocked that the member from Winnipeg North is disappointed. I'm frequently disappointed in a lot of the stuff that that comes off that side of the aisle as well. So I'm not shocked by his comments. My point back would be, I believe every MP in this House should have the right to speak to every piece of legislation, because a lot of MPs don't have the opportunity to speak as often as that member does in this chamber. And so I think when we get the opportunity to speak, because if you would have listened to my speech, this is one of the most important issues that that Canadians are facing in every riding. Every MP in here, if I asked for a show of hands, I'm sure would stick up their hand and say housing affordability is one of the primary issues that they hear about daily. We need to be able to share that. And again, if the member listened to my speech, we should all have the opportunity to speak to it.
Here.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech and what he said about some members' speaking time. I commend him on his speech, but here's what I'm wondering. For a while now, some Conservative members from the Quebec Conservative Caucus here in this House have been acting like the masters of jurisdiction. But we in the Bloc Québécois, we're used to seeing Liberals meddling with jurisdictions that are not theirs. And then, surprise, in this bill, it doesn't meddle with Quebec and municipalities' jurisdictions, but what Conservatives are proposing, well, it seems that they are proposing that Ottawa interfere with the responsibilities of provinces and municipalities. So I don't know if my colleague needs a little reminder, but in Section 92 of the Constitution of Canada, in paragraph 13 and 16, it says that housing is the responsibility of the provinces of Canada. So I must be imagining this, Madam Speaker, because it seems that the Conservative Party does not want to uphold the Canadian Constitution.
Member for Bruce Grey Ovensound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to my colleague for not breaking out the French today, but I want to try to get a serious reply back to his question. Look, absolutely we believe in the Constitution. But as I said in my speech, the challenge we have with housing is it transcends all levels of government. It requires work by everybody to work collaboratively and cooperatively together. If he actually reads what we were proposing from the Conservative Party, he'd realize the bill is actually offering incentives. It's not interfering in different levels of jurisdiction. It's incentivizing municipalities to actually get more houses built to meet targets. And if they can't do that, then they're not going to get that money or as much money, because ultimately they're not actually trying to help solve the problem that we're facing, which is Canadians having a house over their head.
That's right.
Hear, hear.
Questions et commentaires. Questions, comments. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his speech. As both being from Ontario-based MPs, we've asked in this House several times. I was asking yesterday during conversations of this bill about that Conservative housing plan, and one of the key things that strikes me is that they want to sell off public assets. And yet we've seen in Ontario, the Doug Ford Conservative government do that in a very problematic way, to the point where it's been quite controversial, in fact. And so I want to hear more. I want to hear that the Conservatives won't specifically do that at the federal level, that they won't follow their Conservative colleagues in that regard, but what their plan is specifically for the selling off of those public lands. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey-Owen Sound, 30 seconds.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics of our plan. Our job right now is to criticize, or maybe that's even too harsh of a word. I'd like to say hold the government to account to ensure the legislation they're putting forward is the best legislation possible for all Canadians. If the member is concerned about provincial politics, I encourage her. She can resign as a federal member of parliament, run for provincial parliament. I'm sure that there's openings available sometime in the 2022 timeframe. But my point is, we will have a plan as soon as the next election calls, and the NDP.
I have to resume debate. And I have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to address this chamber on Bill C-56, and specifically its amendments to the Competition Act. So that's the regime that enables the Competition Bureau to protect our economy from actors and acts that would unduly and artificially increase prices and decrease product choice for consumers. An empowered Competition Bureau means a Canadian marketplace that is more innovative, efficient, and most importantly, affordable. In my home province of New Brunswick, Madam Speaker, in particular, where household incomes on average are lower than the rest of the country, we need to use every tool at our disposal to bring down food prices for Canadians and their families. This series of proposals, enclosed in Bill C-56, may be part of the response to a global inflation crisis driving up the cost for Canadian necessities, but it's also a long-awaited package that will better align our competition framework with international best practices. The bill includes 3 significant changes to the Competition Act: the abolition of the efficiencies exception in merger review, the ability to compel information during a market study, and the ability to review agreements between non-competing actors that are designed to reduce competition. The efficiencies exception, a defense that allows anti-competitive mergers to survive a challenge if the corporate efficiencies it is expected to generate are greater than the harm to competition, is unique among advanced competitive regimes. It allows a merger to proceed, knowing full well that consumers may pay higher prices to help the merging companies save costs. The European Commission, one of the most active and visible competition authorities around, does not treat efficiencies in this manner. Our European counterparts will only consider efficiencies as relevant when those efficiencies are likely to benefit consumers. They never rely on corporate efficiencies to justify an anti-competitive merger. In Australia, the law itself does not list efficiencies as a factor to consider in deciding a merger cases. In fact, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission has published guidelines stating that it will not clear anti-competitive mergers even if the new firm would enjoy a lower cost structure. Of course, the comparison often used, given our proximity, is the United States. The courts in our neighboring jurisdiction have specifically ruled that possible corporate efficiencies from a merger cannot be used as a defense to justify an anti-competitive merger. Efficiencies must be pro-competitive and pass through in some capacity to the marketplace, not just the merging companies. In this way, Canada is out of step is illustrated perfectly by the fact that the U.S. Federal Trade Commission has successfully challenged a Canadian merger that our own Competition Bureau could not because of claimed efficiencies. For example, when Superior Plus Corp was going to acquire Connexus in 2016, the Bureau found that the competition would suffer materially in a number of markets. It predicted a lack of remaining competition and higher prices for consumers. Nevertheless, because of the provision in the Competition Act, the Bureau had no choice but to refrain from challenging the transaction, as the efficiency gains could be shown to outweigh the anti-competitive impacts. With no similar constraint, the United States Federal Trade Commission mounted a challenge because of what would be the resulting high rate of concentration in the sodium chlorate market. It also found evidence of the acquiring party's desire to restrict output post-merger an increased ability to collaborate with competitors, and its desire to neutralize Connexus as a disruptive, lower-price alternative. Without even delving into the important question of whether promised efficiencies are ever delivered, it should be clear that this defense can lead to detrimental effects on competition. It's about time that Canada joined the rest of the world in putting competition first. I'd like to now speak specifically about the market study powers. Our current market study framework is another area where we are out of step. The Bureau can periodically study industries to better understand their competitive dynamics and make recommendations to government, like the retail grocery market study that it released last June. However, the Bureau has no means to compel parties to provide any information and instead relies on voluntary submissions, public data, or information they already happen to have. This is not the case in comparable jurisdictions once again. In the United States, the Federal Trade Commission has the authority to demand a compulsory special report that answers specific questions about an organization's business, conduct, practices, management, and relationship to other parties. The European Commission can conduct studies into sectors or agreements across various sectors and can request necessary information or carry out inspections. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission can also ask the Treasurer to instigate a price inquiry that allows authorities to access information on a wide variety of topics. All of the above jurisdictions have serious sanctions for failure to comply, ranging from the ability for the enforcers to conduct a much wider study to fines based on the company's annual turnover. Moreover, these studies have proven to be a valuable tool for market insight. The US FTC, when faced with the novel problem of serial acquisitions by dominant tech platforms, launched its version of a market study to compel information on relevant mergers. Similarly, the United Kingdom's Competition and Market Authority in 2022 concluded a market study in the music and streaming industry to better understand why there had been a 40% revenue drop over 20 years. The Retail Grocery Code that is currently in effect in the UK is also the direct result of recommendations by the Competition Authority after a detailed market study. The Government of Australia, in response to ballooning electricity prices, ordered a price inquiry that resulted in a series of high-impact recommendations to government, many of which were directly related to enhancing competition. Canada has had 5 market studies since 2007: retail grocery, digital healthcare, financial technology, self-regulated professions, and the generic drug sector. Were the Bureau empowered with the ability to compel information from reluctant companies, it is not difficult to imagine just how much more fruitful these studies really could have been. Lastly, the third reform in this bill concerns agreements in restraint of competition that are made between parties who are not competitors. Sometimes this is called vertical collaborations. This has been identified as an issue relevant to restrictive clauses made between commercial landlords and supermarket tenants to keep grocery competitors out of the property, limiting competition. The Competition Act has a number of provisions that could apply to some vertical collaborations, but will not necessarily if the specific facts don't quite line up perfectly with the statute. Its most basic provision on anti-competitive collaborations, meanwhile, is limited to those between real or potential competitors or horizontal collaborations. Once again, Madam Speaker, we are the outlier in this approach. Our peers in the United States, Europe, and Australia can examine vertical agreements that limit competition, such as by restricting distribution channels or territories of operation. In one notable case, the United States Department of Justice challenged Visa and MasterCard for their contract terms with merchants that limited consumer options. When our own Competition Bureau tried to mount a similar case, the limits of the Competition Act meant it was forced to bring the case under an ill-suited provision, and it lost. The Competition Tribunal could not issue an order, even though it recognized the competitive harm. It was a valuable lesson in the importance of a modern legal framework that reflects how today's marketplace operates. We have seen that it is time for Canada to join the club, so to speak, and emulate the best practices of our peers. This is why, Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill's passage. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciated my colleague. And let me congratulate her here on the floor of the House of Commons on her expanding role, having started in a different political party and now moving over to the new political party and actually getting a parliamentary secretary position. So her trajectory is clearly on the rise here, and I congratulate her for that. There is a life in politics, obviously, that requires a lot of advancements of those kinds of sorts. But let me ask her clearly if she thinks that advancing this legislation through Parliament would be better served if she actually paid attention to the bill that was being brought forward here rather than just trying to reinvent a new bill that, if she was actually serious about it, like her party should have been serious about it, would have been in the budget last year. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for your question and your kind words. I certainly paid attention. I pay attention to all the happenings in this House. And I mean, consultations began on this quite some time ago, and so I think it's important to look at the process when we bring in legislation and involving multiple provinces and territories, conversations with retailers, and everyone who's going to be involved in what we're trying to achieve here. And so I think, there's never a better time to put forward legislation, and I'm glad that we're certainly stepping up and acting, because as we've clearly stated in this House, affordability, grocery prices are what we're hearing from all of our constituents, and like I said, we have to use every tool at our disposal. So I'm happy to see the legislation now, and again, those consultations began quite some time ago. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a bill that talks about removing the GST on housing construction, there's an obvious principle, and that is that that's not going to cause the cost of rent to drop overnight. And there's a crisis all across Canada and Quebec. In my riding, it's almost as expensive as in Montreal. So how is this truly going to bring down the current cost of housing by getting rid of the GST on new builds? Isn't there something in a regulatory fashion that could be done to bring down rents?
Merci.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question.
Across the country about how this is going to incentivize them to really increase that stock and supply. That's the biggest thing I think we can do right now on the federal side of things to look at those rising costs for rent and for homes. It's specifically an issue in my riding, as it is for every member of this House. And I've had these conversations with developers, and so they're looking for tools, they're looking for that support from the government, and this is one, I think, really important measure that can help, again, with that densification, increasing that stock, and that's the biggest thing that we can do to bring down prices. It's not going to happen overnight, but we're working as fast as we can. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank my colleague for her speech and congratulate her as well on her new role. We've heard the Conservatives talk about selling off 15% of private lands and 6,000 government buildings. We saw what happened at the Greenbelt with the Conservatives in Ontario. We saw what happened in British Columbia to private forest lands. Basically, it ends up in the hands of developers and it doesn't create any affordable housing. So what I want to know, Madam Speaker, is will my colleague look at creating legislation so that all federal buildings and lands that are used for affordable housing aren't sold but actually leased or transferred back to the Indigenous peoples whose lands we sit on? Because I want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that it doesn't end up in the hands and profiteering for developers. And we know that the private sector has never solved an affordable housing crisis, ever. We need non-market housing. We need to work together on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. I mean, there's a combination of things. Again, this is a multifaceted issue that's impacting Canadians right across the country. We absolutely have to look at the non-market rentals. We have to look at, ensuring that we're looking at models like co-ops. We have to look at every available tool that we have. But the private sector does have a role to play. I know that there's certainly, lots of vilifying of developers that's happening, but I point to some examples in my home riding. We have an incredible developer. His name is Marcel Lebrun, and he's been integral in putting forward really inclusive ways and creative ways to deal with our housing crisis. And so, it's going to take a combination, and I think we certainly need to bring the developers into that conversation while protecting those who will be, impacted by the crisis in the country. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Une dernière question, the Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Brampton North. But my question to the member is that we see in this piece of legislation that there will be amendments that are made to the Act to bring business mergers that have anti-competitive effects. That will stop big business mergers, that with anti-competitive effects. And I wanted to know what the member thinks, what kind of benefits this could have in her community when it comes to small businesses and especially small grocers.
General Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I come from a province that is very familiar with corporate capture and what can happen when you don't have a competitive market, especially to protect those smaller retailers and grocers in particular. We're having this conversation. And so competition is always better. And I think that this is a really big step forward and, again, bringing us in line with some of our other nations as well.
It being 6:08, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed to orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, bill standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Moves that Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For those of you who do not remember, I just wanted to quickly refresh you. This bill seeks to amend the Criminal Code under Section 215 to ensure that there is a clear duty of persons who are responsible for providing the necessaries of life to vulnerable adults do so. And so it's very clear. I know I want to thank this House that all of the parties have supported this bill, because I think we saw what happened during COVID. What happened to the fact that many units, institutions that were responsible for caring for vulnerable adults did not follow protocol, did not do all of the things that they needed to do to ensure safety of these vulnerable adults. Now, it's very clear, the bill is, and I want to thank those who saw it and spoke to it at the committee stage. And there were some excellent amendments made that was accepted unanimously by the committee, and so those are incorporated now into the bill. But I just want to remind everyone that it must be made clear that when we say people who are taking care of the necessaries of life of vulnerable adults, we do not include in that group people who are family and blood relatives or looking after anyone. So that they're out of this equation. The ones we're talking about are people who are looking after 3 or more vulnerable adults and who are not actually bound by blood or family ties. Now, we've seen what happened, and so as a result, I brought this bill forward because, as you well know, the federal government has no responsibility really for long-term care facilities because they are actually provincial in jurisdiction. But we do have some ability to look, as we did at child abuse, to look at the fact that anyone who is not caring and bringing the necessaries of life to vulnerable adults are held responsible. Now, I must say that recently, about 4 or 5 days ago, a report came about in my province of British Columbia that showed that actually for-profit agencies were not using all of the money that they were given to care for vulnerable adults. They were not actually providing the hours of service. But that non-profit societies were providing more than the hours of service that they were paying for. And therefore, I think it's really important for us to recognize that that tells us that there needs to be some regulation, some ability to enforce this ability to take care of vulnerable adults. And by vulnerable adults, I want to remind this House, we don't just mean seniors. We mean any vulnerable adult by age, disability, mental illness, or any other inability to take care of themselves personally, that this is what is the definition of a vulnerable adult is, so that it's not only and solely about seniors. Now, I want to thank everybody in this House. I could speak and speak and speak, but you've heard me speak about this, and I know that most of you in this House actually support this bill, and I want to thank you for your support, and I'm hoping that we can get this bill passed so that we can be able to protect the vulnerable adults in our society, especially now that we know that there is evidence that COVID is on the rise again, and the respiratory syncytial virus is on the rise again, and that influenza is on the rise again in this fall. And so I just want to let you know that we don't want a replication of what happened during COVID. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. C-295. I was afraid at first that this would encroach on provincial jurisdiction, but luckily it doesn't at all, so that's a relief. And so the bill refers to failure to provide necessaries of life, and the owners or managers would be prevented from being in a position of trust and so on. But the bill doesn't specify how, after that prohibition comes to an end, when that period of time has elapsed, how are we to ascertain whether that person is no longer a threat to a person who's vulnerable? Does my colleague agree that that risk should be assessed before the prohibition comes to an end?
The Vancouver Centre.
No, member for Vancouver Centre.
It's a good question, but I do think that if someone did not provide the necessaries of life, who is responsible for doing it, and we have penalized them either with fines or with jail time, and prohibited them for 3 years for not being able to even volunteer in such institutions, I think we should give the benefit of the doubt that they may have learned some lessons. And I think it's important, therefore, for people who are allowing those institutions to occur to check that they have learned their lessons and they're going to do the thing right again. Thank you.
Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this motion forward. It just seems unique to me, or perhaps interesting, around we see this Liberal government has been pushing this euthanasia regime, that they would even open up assisted suicide to those that are mentally ill. I'm just wondering if there's going to be any interplay between this bill that she's bringing and the euthanasia regime that this government has been rapidly advancing in this country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Well, no, I don't see that it has any relationship to this bill. The bill that is made, a medical assistance in dying bill, is very clear in terms of what it's supposed to encompass and how it's supposed to encompass that. This has nothing to do with that. Before MAID even came about, there were institutions that looked after vulnerable adults. We're wanting to make sure that we don't have a repeat of what happened during COVID-19 and that those vulnerable adults get the care that they desire. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm glad my honourable colleague brought up the treatment of our seniors during the COVID pandemic because, of course, Canadians were horrified to see so many vulnerable Canadians and our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents living in what were appalling conditions. And I'm glad to see that her bill addresses that. But I'm just wondering, on a more systemic basis, we have been promised a Long-Term Care Act. And part of a Long-Term Care Act, according to experts and stakeholders, means that we have to establish binding mandatory quality care standards in long-term care homes across this country. And that's to protect our seniors. Would she agree with the NDP that we need binding, mandatory, enforceable standards in legislation so that we can make sure that every senior in this country is not left in a vulnerable state as they were during COVID?
For Vancouver Centre.
That's a very interesting question that the honourable member posed, because I think what we have to remember is that these institutions are under the jurisdiction of provinces. And what we know is that the Canadian Standards Association set very clear guidelines for what is meant to be the best care to provide necessaries of life. And so based on that, I think there is an opportunity, if we want to look at a Long-Term Care Act, to work with provinces to ensure that in such an act, the Canadian Standards Association is implemented. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech and for her intervention and care and concern for the most vulnerable adults in our society. And I would ask her, there is another bill coming through the House very shortly, which is Bill C-314, which is about medical assistance in dying and protecting the mentally ill against the scope and expansion of medical assistance in dying. I was wondering, given the fact that she has concern for the vulnerable adults in our society, can we expect her to also support that bill?
Vancouver Centre.
I want to thank my honourable member for that very leading question. I think that it's important to note that the clear criteria and guidelines for medical assistance in dying for mentally ill, not mentally ill people suffering from a mental illness, is very clear. And so I chaired the committee for a year and a half that looked at MAID. I was co-chair with the Senate, and I think that we heard so many witnesses that told us that it's a very clear distinction between somebody who is going through momentary suicidal ideation because something happened in their lives and people who have a mental illness. And again, if you look at what the Supreme Court said it's very important for specialists to decide whether a person has a mental illness or whether they're just going through suicidal ideation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Bravo. Bravo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's an honour, as always, to rise and contribute to the debate on private members' business. And tonight we are debating C-295, moved by the member from Vancouver Centre, whose bill proposes an amendment to the Criminal Code to create a new offence for long-term care facilities, their owners, and their managers who fail to provide the necessaries of life to the residents of their facilities. It also creates a process by which courts can make prohibition orders against the owners and managers of such facilities and prevent them from being in charge of or in a position of authority towards vulnerable adults, and to consider as an aggravating factor for the purpose of sentencing the fact that an organization failed to perform the legal duty that it owed to a vulnerable adult. And her concern for vulnerable adults is most certainly a credit to the member. And I share this concern. I share this concern for many reasons. As a member of Parliament, many of my constituents have shared with me personal stories about fraud, abuse, and neglect of elderly or vulnerable family members. I share this concern because, like most Canadians, there are vulnerable adults in my family and have been in my family. My own grandfather was defrauded by his caregiver in the final months of his life. I've spoken about it in this place before on other bills designed to enhance protection for vulnerable adults, but I'm going to do so again. My grandfather spent the final months of his life worrying about money and worrying about a possible financial burden on his companion because a caregiver defrauded him. This crime didn't take place in an institutional setting. The perpetrator of the crime provided care to him in his home, preparing light meals and housekeeping. But this was the level of care that he needed to stay in his home with his companion comfortably, and yet he was defrauded. The local RCMP detachment had a poster in the police station imploring people to report fraud and to be aware of elder abuse. And yet, despite obvious and overwhelming evidence, it took months for charges to be laid. They kept saying they were too busy to get around to arresting the suspect. This resulted in my grandfather passing away before they eventually arrested and charged the caregiver who preyed upon an elderly couple in their own neighborhood. So I mention this episode again in this house to be clear that I know firsthand how vulnerable seniors, how vulnerable adults can be prone to abuse, fraud, and neglect. And I know firsthand how poorly the justice system reacts to such cases of abuse and fraud. And so I can only imagine how slowly and reluctantly authorities react to cases of neglect. There's no doubt that much more needs to be done to protect vulnerable adults. My family experience is enough to convince me of that, even if I didn't also have the weight of so many similar stories from the people that I represent in Calgary. I'm also very concerned about the rise of incidents of violence against seniors. We know that under this government's watch, crime has gone up significantly in every category, but according to Statistics Canada, the rate of violence against seniors has gone up faster than the increase in violence against all other age groups. I too was appalled by the collapse of care in some seniors' homes during the early weeks of the pandemic, and appalled that the military was called in to restore the most basic care and ensure that the necessities of life were delivered to helplessly vulnerable seniors. But this bill is not about establishing who cares the most about seniors. It's not about how to fix shortcomings in the seniors' care system. It's not about how seniors' care is funded or how it's delivered. It's not about regulating standards of care in long-term facilities. This bill is a criminal code amendment. The bill amends the criminal code to create a new offense and give additional order-making power to courts. And it was supported by parliamentarians at second reading, was referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And during the hearings, Madam Speaker, 15 provincial long-term care associations, organizations, and businesses submitted briefs opposing this bill. 6 national organizations also opposed the bill, including the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Association for Long-Term Care, the Canadian Medical Protective Association, the Canadian Association of Social Workers, the Canadian College of Health Leaders, and CanAge. These associations raised concerns about the unintended consequences of this bill. Some said that if passed, this bill would have a devastating impact on recruitment and retention by creating undue risk and hardship for frontline staff. They raised concerns at committee that this bill will exacerbate what is an already precarious situation with chronic labor shortages in the industry. It was also remarked that this bill and the debate around it has had a tone of general opposition to privately owned long-term care facilities in favor of publicly operated ones. And so those who assert, without evidence, mostly just philosophical conviction, that privately owned and operated long-term care facilities are more prone to instances of neglect than publicly owned ones, they could run for provincial office. They can get involved in the regulation of healthcare facilities, which is where such facilities are regulated, and the general regulation of commerce. They could also consider whether a new offense and new order-making provisions is the best way to protect vulnerable adults. Or perhaps they could propose comprehensive anti-elder abuse legislation, something that the previous Justice Minister was tasked with in his mandate letter, but failed to actually do before he was shuffled. During the 2021 election, this government promised a Safe Long-Term Care Act, but they have not introduced one. The criminal code really is a blunt instrument, Madam Speaker, and given the testimony at the Justice Committee, one really must consider whether this bill will help vulnerable adults or whether, through unintended consequences, make the highly stressed system of care for vulnerable adults worse rather than better. What good, Madam Speaker, are new offenses in the criminal code when existing offenses are not enforced? When prohibitions against fraud, abuse, and failing to provide the necessities of life already exist in the criminal code, but we need better enforcement and prosecution of our laws. What good is a new offense if existing offenses are not enforced? And we've seen this before with private members' bills, when a member proposes a change to the criminal code in order to draw attention to an issue, force a vote in the House of Commons to signal concern about an issue, but without actually creating a comprehensive solution. Now, this is admittedly part of the limitations of private members' bills. In this case, the member for Vancouver Centre cannot propose changes that commit public money. She can't propose provincial regulations in a federal House of Commons. The criminal code is one of the things that a private member can change, but it's, again, a blunt policy instrument. It is a long and complex law already, and I don't like to have to criticize a bill for what it doesn't do, but if one just focuses on what this bill actually does, we have to consider the evidence that was presented at committee. We have to be concerned about the consequences and consider whether or not there are already provisions in the criminal code and can and should be applied to horrific cases of abuse and neglect when they arise. And so, as I've said, when existing laws to protect the vulnerable are not a priority for law enforcement and for our courts, what is the point of passing new laws? So while I commend the member for trying to deter and punish future cases of neglect through the criminal code, I won't support the bill because given the evidence of harm that it will cause to the ability of existing facilities to retain workers, attract investment at a critical time when facilities are struggling with acute labor shortages and rising costs.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, I am very pleased today to rise once again to speak to this bill, which I will be speaking to at second reading. And I'd like to reiterate what I said earlier, which is that the Bloc Québécois will be supporting Bill C-295. C-295 deserves to be studied at committee and adopted and implemented as quickly as possible, Madam Speaker. Negligence is something to be seriously condemned, no matter who is targeted. And neglect towards our seniors, some of whom are the most vulnerable among us, well, that is shameful. Seniors have suffered some of the worst treatment during the lockdown that we experienced between 2020 and 2022. Very often, they were abandoned in establishments with a lack of staff, lack of services, poorly trained staff. They were dragged from one institution to the next. They were treated as marginal individuals, people that didn't need to be taken care of, as they deserved. They were isolated from their loved ones, and many of them even passed away without having their loved ones, their children, or spouses near them. That is not acceptable. In many cases, they were fed poorly or at the wrong time. They were mistreated. Collectively, Madam Speaker, we treated them in a shameful manner, and we should never see this happen again. We were not worthy of our seniors. Madam Speaker, in Quebec, there is legislation on this matter. It is legislation that seeks to fight bad faith behavior towards seniors and others in a vulnerable position. And I said earlier that I hope the federal government will draw inspiration from the Quebec legislation, as I think is being done in certain respects. This bill, C-295, that we hope will be adopted shortly, was requested at committee. It was amended at committee, rather, because there were certain aspects that were not appropriate, and I'd like to thank all of our colleagues for the hard work done. And I think that all of the amendments brought forward by the Bloc Québécois were adopted. So today, we have a bill that aims to improve our seniors' living conditions. People who are older, ill, or who may have mental illness or disability. And I think that we owe it to all of these people to think closely about their situation when we deliberate in this House. These people will be protected when they are in long-term care centers. Situations like those that we saw in 2020 to 2022 were already forbidden and already could be prosecuted. But now, not only will owners, but also managers of long-term care centers, all these people will be personally responsible to ensure that people's existence is properly taken care of when they live in these establishments. Again, we're talking about seniors, people with disabilities, people who are ill. They need us. They need our care. We needed them at a previous time, and now they need us. It is indecent not to take proper care of them. Therefore, I am quite proud of this bill. And I hope that this bill won't be used to prosecute people for having violated these rules after the fact, but rather to inspire them and motivate them to respect it before the fact. I really think this is the least we can do for the most vulnerable among us. The primary responsible of a society, of a nation, is to treat seniors, among others, with dignity, with respect, in a fair and equitable fashion. Madam Speaker, C-295 shows us that we're going to need to do that. We can't be negligent towards our seniors and people who need us, at the very least, not without being prosecuted under the criminal code. And that's not all. We also need to ensure that we pay attention to their economic situation. So the federal government should send the money, the transfers that's been asked for by the provinces for far too long, Madam Speaker. The transfers necessary to ensure that Quebec and the other provinces can appropriately administer health services. The federal government now wants to attach strings to this and tell us how we should be taking care of people. How, when, where. The federal government doesn't know about these details. It doesn't manage hospitals, local healthcare centers, except veterans. Healthcare centers. So Ottawa doesn't have the expertise. Quebec does. And so I think having strings attached for the health transfers is also shameful. It's not going to mean that we don't feed people who are in long-term care or not bathe them, but it does prevent them from having the appropriate financial resources to appropriately meet all their needs. That is also completely unacceptable. And I think that if the government and the federal parliament really care about the well-being of the most vulnerable among us, we also need to consider the economic aspect. We in the Bloc Québécois have been discussing this for years, and we will continue to do so. Because I don't think that the federal government will be sending off any checks next week or anytime soon. But we think that the health system is important, and we will continue to underscore that. That's not all, Madam Speaker. Yes, there are the health transfers, but also we need to consider the economic well-being of seniors. Recently, the federal government decided to make seniors between 65 and 75 years of age poorer. The government recognized that needs had increased, and in fact, they have increased far more than the federal government has recognized, but seniors of 75 and older did get a 10% increase. But then, those between 65 and 75, these are retirees who are seniors. Our laws recognize that, but the government said, too bad, take care of yourselves. That's unacceptable. We have also frequently criticized that policy in this House, and we will continue to do so. Now, there was a chance to fix this. The member, my colleague for Shefford, sponsored Bill C-319, which we will shortly be voting on. Doubtless right after the week the parliamentary break week in October. Anyway, between now and the holidays, I certainly hope so, we will vote on that bill. And that is a bill that proposes to increase pensions for all seniors from 65 years of age and increase the pension by 10% without any age-based discrimination. We don't want ageism, sexism, or racism here. We want it for everyone of 65 years of age or older residing in Canada. Everyone should have that 10%. And you know as well as I do, Madam Speaker, that 10% is actually not at all anywhere near the actual increase in prices and the burden that is resting on the shoulders of our seniors. Just think about groceries. Groceries have practically doubled. Rents are skyrocketing. We've had all sorts of committee meetings on this. We have no idea how to stop that increase, and yet we're only talking about 10%. It's not much. We should at least give it to all seniors. Meanwhile, that bill, C-319, will increase from $5,000 to $6,500 the threshold of the income that can be earned by a retiree without having a penalty clawed back from their pension. Because I find that extremely unfortunate, Madam Speaker, the current situation. Because we're telling seniors, yes, you get a pension, but if you just want to work a little bit in order to have a little more discretionary spending, well, then you have your money clawed back. And when you think that the pension is just basically crumbs, well, it's shameful, once again. So whether we're speaking about C-295 and taking care of the most vulnerable among us, people who are ill, senior, or have disabilities, people living in long-term care centers, or whether I'm talking about transferring the appropriate money to Quebec and the provinces so that adequate health services can be offered in our hospitals, or whether I'm talking about allowing our seniors to have fair and appropriate economic conditions, a minimum level. Regardless of the topic, we're talking about the same thing, taking care of the most vulnerable members of our society. And I find it practically indecent to have to be talking about that in this chamber, because each of us should care about this and adhere to it without having to vote or ask any questions. It should already be in force. I hope it will be shortly. And in conclusion, I would say that we can judge a society based on how it treats the most vulnerable members of the society. And so let us try to be worthy of our seniors. Let us seek to be worthy of the privileges that we enjoy in our society. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Port Moody-Coquitlam.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm honoured to be able to stand here today to represent my community of Port Moody-Coquitlam and Morin-Belcarra. New Democrats support this bill to amend the Criminal Code to protect vulnerable adults. This bill will create a new offence for the owners and managers of long-term care facilities who fail to provide the necessities of life for their residents. This bill allows the courts to make an order prohibiting the owners and managers of these facilities from working or volunteering with, in charge of, or position of trust or authority for vulnerable adults. Madam Speaker, this bill is a start of a conversation about the conditions of care in this country and the dignity that seniors and other vulnerable adults deserve. And there is still more work to do. Today, I spoke with the National Pensioners Federation. Their organization has been meeting this week in Ottawa to address the ongoing crisis of care, health care, and access to aging with dignity. They sent me today with this message, Madam Speaker. They've highlighted the 4 following areas that need to be addressed, even more so than this bill. Funding for care must be spent on care. Number 2, improve accuracy and transparency of monitoring and reporting. We need data, Madam Speaker. Number 3, define profit. We need to talk about what does it mean to have profit in long-term care. And number 4, make revenues and expenditures for public-funded care homes available. We have seen that through the global pandemic, long-term care facilities were hit incredibly hard, exacerbated by the appalling conditions in some facilities that led to the death of more than 14,000 residents and staff. The pandemic has shown that facilities that are for-profit do not put the needs of their residents first in every case. Reports prove that for-profit long-term care facilities have worse client outcomes than the not-for-profit facilities. Without checks and balances, corporate greed can lead organizations to prioritize their profits before the health and safety of their residents. This month, the Office of the Seniors Advocate in British Columbia published a report that reviewed for-profit and non-profit long-term care facilities and their patient care. They examined how money directly impacted the quality of life for people who live in long-term care. In their report, they found that not-for-profit facilities spent 25% more on residents in direct care. They spent it on direct care rather than for-profit facilities. 25%, Madam Speaker, one-fourth times more. And even more unacceptable from this report is that the for-profit facilities delivered 500,000 fewer hours of care than the ones that were than the funding that was delivered. So I'm going to read that again. An even more unacceptable fact in the report is that for-profit facilities delivered 500,000 fewer hours of care than the funding that was given to them. Those are hours stolen from seniors and put into the pockets of private corporations and their CEOs. In contrast, not-for-profit facilities delivered 93,000 more care hours than the funding that they were delivered. They gave more care, and that highlights why public long-term care facilities are more compassionate, but also that the workers in long-term care deserve to be paid for those compassion hours. New Democrats have said many times that we will end for-profit, private long-term care. It's public health care, Madam Speaker, and it needs to stay public. The recent pandemic has shown us that for-profit companies cannot be relied upon to protect our loved ones and keep workers safe. By continuing to have for-profit long-term care with little oversight, those private investors will continue to cut corners on care and increase pressures on the healthcare system, putting more Canadians at risk. I need to mention here the abysmal record of the Conservative government in Ontario. They continue to advance a privatization agenda for healthcare, and it is dangerous and irresponsible. So I want to take a moment here to go back to recognize the incredible staff that work in long-term care, who face unrealistic demands and step up every day, often suffering physical and mental injury. We must do more to support the staff who continue to be pushed to the limits to feed, bathe, and care for loved ones in long-term care. Here in Canada and around the world, women, and disproportionately immigrant women, continue to do most of the care work in institutions and facilities. Pay is low and working conditions are harsh. And Madam Speaker, many of these care workers are seniors themselves. Translating research in elder care collected data for over a decade about care aides from more than 90 nursing homes in British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. They learned that 67% of care aides are over the age of 40, and 61% speak English as a second language. A third of them work at more than one nursing home, often because their work does not offer full-time hours or a living wage and benefits. This is the lived experience of care workers in Canada. The government needs to stop the gender discrimination of care workers and pay them appropriately. The government must recognize the skills and experience, and when immigrant care workers come to work in Canada, their credentials need to be recognized, and they need to be compensated equally. When staff continue to be undervalued and underpaid, they suffer moral injury trying to administer care. The government must do more to change this reality in health care and in long-term care. Bill C-295 is a step in the right direction for protecting care and care workers. But yes, as I have said, there is more to do. That is why Canada's New Democrats have included a Safe Long-Term Care Act in the Confidence and Supply Agreement. A Safe Long-Term Care Act will address the needs and dignity of vulnerable adults, including those with disabilities who have been let down by this government over and over again because they have not been provided adequate housing or community supports. This reality is unacceptable. In closing, the government should move immediately on tabling a Safe Long-Term Care Act. The NDP are ready to make that a reality.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Madam Speaker, I am honoured to represent Scarborough-Agincourt and delighted to speak today about the progress of Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Neglect of Vulnerable Adults. Bill C-295, introduced by my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Centre, seeks to criminalize owners and officers of long-term care facilities who neglect their residents in their care. We all remember the circumstances that led to the introduction of this bill, and it is hard to forget the headlines in recent years about the chaotic situations within the walls of long-term care homes. Available information shows that charges are rarely brought for negligence in caring for vulnerable people, and none were brought in connection with the recent cases of abuse denounced by the media at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Criminal Code currently addresses elder abuse through offenses of general application. This means there is no specific protection, so neglect or abuse must be prosecuted under existing laws, such as laws regarding all forms of violence, abuse, or fraud, and failure to provide the necessaries of life to a dependent who is unable to withdraw from a person's charge due to age or other circumstances. It is also possible for a person to be held criminally liable for aiding, abetting, or conspiring with a third party to injure or to harm the physical and psychological integrity of a vulnerable adult. These general offenses do not necessarily target the right people. The bill, as drafted, would target those in senior management positions and clarify consequences for their operational decisions. I will speak today about a few statistics that justify our support for the amendments proposed by the Justice and Human Rights Committee, and about some of the measures taken by our government to support the efforts of the provinces and territories in their fight against elder abuse. According to the Royal Society of Canada's June 2020 report, Rebuilding the Trust, COVID-19, and the Future of Long-Term Care, home support workers provide up to 90% of direct resident care. It is not surprising to see a higher percentage of home support workers compared to nurses or other professionals working in long-term care facilities. Another study released in 2020 by Statistics Canada, entitled The Contribution of Immigrants and Visible Minority Groups to the Occupations of Nurses, Aides, Orderlies, and Patient Service Associates, informs us that Black and Filipino women are significantly overrepresented in this sector. Thanks to the amendment adopted by the committee, this bill targets owners and officers of long-term care facilities, not frontline workers. Officers in the legislation will be defined as the chairperson of the board of directors, the president, a vice president, the secretary, the treasurer, the comptroller, the general counsel, the general manager, or a managing director of a long-term care facility. Any other person who performs functions for a long-term care facility similar to those normally performed by a person occupying any of those offices or any other person designated as an officer of a long-term care facility. Frontline workers devote themselves to the task of care, often in difficult working conditions. With the amendments that have been adopted, committee members carefully took into account the very real difficulty in attracting and retaining workers in the care sector. This bill targets the correct decision makers. This was the issue most often raised by groups representing long-term care facilities across the country and was recently raised in the Ombudsman's report in Ontario entitled Lessons for the Long Term, published at the beginning of this month. The data speak for themselves. Our population is aging, and these percentages will undoubtedly rise over the years. The segment of the population most at risk of institutional abuse is women aged 85 and over. In Canada, more than 1/3 of these women live in institutions, as they tend to outlive their male partners and may not have the health or support to age at home. Forms of institutional abuse include physical abuse and neglect, emotional and verbal abuse and neglect, financial abuse, and sexual abuse. Individuals in institutions may also experience systemic abuse, which is defined as systemic practices that result in neglect, substandard care, overcrowding, and violation of dignity. Some research suggests that up to 1% of Canadian seniors are victims of violent crime or physical abuse, and approximately 45% of seniors report having experienced some form of abuse by age 65. In addition, recent provincial and territorial reports, as well as reports from organizations serving seniors, have revealed significant systemic problems within long-term care facilities. There are other adults who are also in long-term care facility. Indeed, people with a disability or permanent incapacity end up in these facilities often because it is the only institution capable of providing them with the necessary care. In my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, we have 3 long-term care homes, 1 transitional care, and many senior housing. In fact, 27% of the riding population of Scarborough Agincourt are seniors. It is so important that we provide competent care for all seniors across Canada. Some seniors will have exhausted their own financial resources. Others will be placed there by their relatives who are themselves aging or unable to provide the necessary care. To the same extent as seniors, these adults are vulnerable to neglect by those who have an obligation to care for them. With a rapidly growing aging population in Canada, it is expected that companies specializing in this field will also experience some form of expansion. Currently, there are 2,039 long-term care homes in Canada, 46% of which are public and 54% private. The percentage of facilities varies considerably from province to province. For example, 86% of long-term care facilities in Quebec are public, compared to only 16% in Ontario. This government is working on a number of measures to enhance protection for seniors, including a federal policy definition of senior abuse to better guide our policies, working in partnership with stakeholders, other levels of government, to improve data collection, education, and programs tailored to help seniors and elders, and putting in place more measures to prevent senior abuse before it happens. Several commitments have been made in this regard, including the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada's mandate letter commitment to work with the Minister of Labour and Seniors to strengthen Canada's approach to elder abuse. Initiatives have been put in place to address identified gaps in our long-term care facilities. $740 million in funding has been invested to support our most vulnerable populations through infection prevention and control measures to protect those in long-term care and those receiving home care and palliative care. Several bilateral agreements have been signed to either increase the number of beds in Nova Scotia, for example, or to establish screening protocols in Saskatchewan. Most recently, the government provided $3 billion over 5 years to support provinces and territories in their efforts to improve long-term care in their jurisdictions. This is in addition to the $1 billion provided for the creation of the Safe Long-Term Care Fund. This money will be used to protect people living and working in the long-term care, and all provinces and territories have signed a bilateral agreement for this fund. The work continues to evolve, and despite our best efforts, we are not immune to another pandemic. We need to put elements in place to avoid repeating the same mistakes. I am confident that the members of this House will recognize the importance of moving this legislative reform forward so that it can be quickly considered by the other chamber. The path ahead of us in long-term care facilities is one of collaborations as we continue to work with our provincial and territorial counterparts to improve outcomes for seniors. We must recognize that for many, illness strikes without warning. We cannot control its speed or its effects. However, we can ensure that those in need of long-term care receive the best possible care in well-maintained facilities that afford them the dignity and respect all Canadians deserve. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Oh, bravo. Glorious. More. Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to engage in this debate on Bill C-295, and I want to commend the member for Vancouver Centre for bringing forward this bill. I'm not sure we will be supporting it, and I'll explain why in a moment, but she's brought forward a bill that addresses what is perhaps one of the most existential challenges facing not only Canada, but Western developed societies, and that is the aging of our population. A huge demographic challenge facing our country. Of course, that is the aging of our population. We have more and more Canadians that are becoming seniors. More and more Canadians that are moving out of the workforce, creating significant workforce shortages. And we're experiencing those today. At the same time, these seniors are requiring more and more and more care, which of course imposes a burden on taxpayers. And I would not for a moment suggest that we shouldn't be providing for the seniors that built our country. We owe it to them to do that. However, the COVID pandemic, the first pandemic of its kind in over 100 years, left virtually every government around the world unprepared to meet that challenge. And here in Canada, that challenge manifested itself, among other things, by creating significant shortages of competent workforce within our hospitals to address the increasing numbers of patients coming in suffering from the COVID virus. And this became an acute problem for our hospitals across our country. There wasn't a province or territory that wasn't impacted by the fact that our hospitals couldn't provide the care they needed. But beyond that, our care facilities, our long-term care facilities, suddenly found themselves faced with this incredible challenge of having seniors, vulnerable seniors, that they were in charge of, who were now contracting the COVID pandemic, and trying to put into place protocols that were going to protect those vulnerable residents of those homes. Now, this bill seeks to address that by criminalizing the failure to provide the necessary care in those homes. More specifically, this enactment, Bill C-295, will amend the criminal code to create an offense for long-term care facilities, their owners and their managers who fail to provide the necessaries of life to residents of their facilities. And I think all of us could agree that that is a worthy undertaking to make sure that our long-term care facilities have the kind of services and protective protocols that would protect the residents of those facilities. The problem is that we have significant labor shortages in our country. And until we've actually addressed those labor challenges, it would be imprudent to impose on these facilities criminal sanctions that effectively mean these homes cannot provide the kind of care that the criminal code requires, but that our labor challenges cannot address adequately. And that's my challenge with this legislation is we're trying to do two things here. We're trying to provide those facilities with the labor force that they need to adequately protect our residents and patients. But at the same time, we're trying to criminalize the activities of these facilities when, in fact, they're in no position to comply with the law. I would raise one other point, Mr. Speaker, and that is this. The proponent of this bill, member for Vancouver Centre, has said this is all about protecting the most vulnerable within our society. And I commend her for standing up and defending the rights and the welfare of our seniors, the ones that find themselves in extremely vulnerable positions. But there are other seniors and other Canadians that are also in vulnerable positions that call out for protection. And those are mentally ill, the mentally disordered within our society, that are now finding themselves caught under Canada's medical assisted in dying regime. Canada's assisted suicide regime, which is being extended by this government to the mentally disordered within our society, including those suffering from depression. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how you square that. On the one hand, advocating for the protection and welfare of seniors in our homes, but at the same time saying, but we're going to also advocate that assisted suicide be extended and expanded to include the mentally ill. There's something wrong with that picture. It troubles me deeply that we have found ourselves in this place where competing ideologies are taking place right here in this House of Commons. And I earlier asked the proponent of this bill, would she support Bill C-314, which seeks to extract and remove the mentally ill from Canada's MAID regime? And she hummed and she hawed and she explained this way and that way. And at the end, all we could conclude was that, no, she wasn't prepared to protect the mentally ill against medically assisted dying, but at the same time would be advocating for the seniors in our homes and the residents of our long-term care homes that find themselves vulnerable and could see their lives and their health impaired by another pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see that I'm quite frustrated to be placed in a position of having to judge the member for Vancouver Centre's bill based on her inability to understand that there has to be consistency when we bring forward legislation. When we promote an ideology that is supposed to protect the most vulnerable in our society, that doesn't mean we can pick and choose between different vulnerable groups. We need to address their needs in a wholesome way, in a holistic way, and we have to be consistent in how we apply our ideology. And unfortunately, that isn't taking place here. And quite frankly, I lament that our country is moving down this road where some of our most vulnerable are going to find themselves at great risk because of this government's life and death policies that they are adopting that have not been properly thought out And I'm going to ask the member for Vancouver Centre to reconsider her position on Bill C-314, as I will reconsider my position on her bill, C-295. We both have objectives to protect and defend the rights of the vulnerable, but I call for one thing: consistency. All those who are vulnerable in our society are worthy of our protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The period for private members' business is now over, and the item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence. Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to mention that a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is the following: that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege to stand up this evening and talk about a question that I asked the Minister of the Environment back in June. I was concerned that the carbon tax plan is simply that, a tax plan, and it does nothing to benefit the world that we live in. I pointed out that hardworking families in Alberta are struggling to meet the needs of the everyday life due to the fact that the government has imposed not one but two carbon taxes on all Albertans. I also asked the minister at that point in time to point me to which flood, which fire, which hurricane had been prevented, which drought had been prevented by all of the Albertans having to pay the carbon tax. And the minister couldn't point to a single flood, a single fire, a single hurricane, a single drought that had been prevented by us paying the carbon tax. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, many of these floods, fires, and hurricanes cause increased expenses on many of our constituents, and yet the government is just taxing them, making them poorer. The carbon tax only makes Canadians poorer. It does not do anything to ensure that Canadians can prevent the effects of climate change and can work to mitigate those effects. Common sense conservatives have been bringing forward common sense ideas that will make life more affordable. We have been saying that we will fight, we will work to fight against the effects of climate change by using technology, not taxes, because we think that the ability to solve the problems that we face in front of us, humanity has the capability to do that. We don't think that paying more taxes will be the solution to this at all. The reality is that the minister is just playing a shell game with the pocketbooks of Canadians. His carbon taxes, both of them, are putting Canadians in dire situations. We are seeing Canadians from across the board groaning under the weight of this tax and spend, high inflation, high deficit spending, Liberal government who have over and over they've caused the inflation, and now Canadians are struggling with it. And the carbon tax is a cumulative carbon tax. It's not like the GST. It's not like the GST, Mr. Speaker. The GST is a flow-through tax that the end user pays, whereas the carbon tax is applied to every level along the way. The carbon tax is paid by the farmer who grows the crop. It's paid as he puts the crop in the ground. It's paid as he takes the crop off. It's paid as he trucks the crop from the field to his bin. It's paid as he trucks the crop from the bin to the processor. It's paid from the truck from the processor to the mill, from the mill to the bakery, from the bakery to the grocery store, and it's paid as you drive to and from the grocery store all the way along. And that cost is borne all the way through all of this. And it is a cumulative cost. And not only that, it's compounded by the fact that then on top of all of that, the GST is paid on the carbon tax all the way along and all the way through. And everybody then adds their percentage on top of that. And so that is causing a massive amount of inflation. The Eco Society, an organization that takes care of most vulnerable disabled people in my riding, have complained about the fact that their utility bill last year was $8,000, $2,000 of which was just the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, why? Why do the Canadians have to pay this carbon tax when it does not stop the things that the government is talking about? And why won't they just scrap this carbon tax? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to come into the House and talk about our efforts to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country are well aware of the fact that 2023 has been a devastating year with historic wildfires in Canada that have impacted people in the riding of the member opposite and all across Alberta and definitely all the way across Canada in really unimaginable ways. And yet the member opposite stands there, denies the existence of climate change, denies the importance of pricing carbon, and this Conservative member's daily consumption of Tucker Carlson and conspiracy theory nonsense and his steady diet of climate change denial is also fueling misinformation. So as we saw entire communities evacuating this summer, he tries to make a joke out of it, basically saying which flood was prevented by carbon pricing. Mr. Speaker, scientists confirm and Canadians understand that these historic and intense wildfires were made far more likely by climate change. They're made more intense by climate change, and pricing carbon is basically just the foundation to fighting climate change and reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. Last time I looked, there's no members of the House of Commons that have a Nobel Prize in economics, so we rely on experts in economics, environmental experts, paleoclimatologists, to inform us and to tell us how we can do a good job fighting climate change. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, every member in this House ran on a commitment to fight climate change using some form of a price on pollution, a carbon price, in the last election. Not only do the Conservatives have absolutely no credibility on the environment, they also have no credibility with their voters, who they promised in the last election that they would institute a carbon price if elected. They did not get elected. They failed to become elected. They did not form government, so they spun on their heels when their new leader decided, no, we're not going to pursue any climate change action. We don't care about climate change. We won't talk about climate change, and we will deny its existence entirely. Alberta-based economist Trevor Tome recently published research indicating clearly that the family grocery bills are only marginally impacted by carbon pricing. In fact, in Alberta, carbon pricing has only increased groceries by about $5 on the monthly bill. These Conservative members might not believe in math. They don't believe in climate change. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't believe in gravity, because it's right in front of us. Climate change is real. Carbon pricing works. The Conservatives have...
That's enough.
Continue to the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now look, individuals and families under the federal system receive direct rebate payments. It's not something that any of the Conservatives ever acknowledge. They just talk about how much it costs families. It's important to also acknowledge and be very, very clear that a family of four in Alberta receives $386 4 times a year. That's for a total of $1,544 annually. And that accounts for 80% of families. That accounts for more than they pay through the price on carbon. They don't need to believe me. They can go to any university in Alberta, the University of Alberta, the University of Calgary, talk to an economist, talk to a paleoclimatologist, ask them what's the basic way we can fight climate change in this country, and they will hear directly from them, just like William Nordhaus said, that's how he won a Nobel Prize in economics. If you're fighting climate change in your country, then you ought to be pricing carbon. And I've got lots more to say about this, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it's the member opposite's opportunity to rebut.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful that this parliamentary secretary has so much confidence in his minister, but I don't. When this minister was responsible for Canadian heritage, he had an opportunity to address online exploitation. In fact, in his own backyard, there's a company called MindGeek, the world's largest pornography company. And in 2020, the New York Times embarrassed the Liberals into acknowledging the existence of this Canadian company. This is well after we warned the government about how MindGeek was publishing the videos of online sexual material, child sexual material, child sex trafficking, and rape, making a lot of money. The minister promised to propose legislation within 3 weeks, and those weeks turned into months, those turned into years, and still nothing was ever done. As a result, survivors have continued to be exploited on these platforms. So my question is, if we can't trust this minister to do his job when he's required to protect women and children, how can we trust him on anything else?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issues raised by my colleague opposite are serious ones, but time and time again, we see Conservatives abusing the adjournment debates, abusing late shows, and coming in and talking about issues that are not on the agenda. Tonight, we are talking about climate change, and we're talking about carbon pricing. Mr. Speaker, the opposition should know better than to constantly claim that carbon pricing doesn't work. When Erin O'Toole was the leader of the Conservative Party, even when Stephen Harper was leader of the Conservative Party, heck, going back to Preston Manning, Conservatives have consistently ran on a plan to price carbon. It is just this new leader, the member from Carleton, who has spun on his heels, determined for himself that carbon pricing doesn't work, in opposition with economists and Nobel Prize winners across the world. You know, they're just basically pivoting and putting it on a t-shirt and a bumper sticker. I'm sorry, good policy is not a bumper sticker. Good policy relies on facts. Good policy relies on evidence and research, and all of that evidence and research points to the fact that a serious plan to fight climate change includes a price on carbon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair this evening. You know, after the last election, the Prime Minister said in this House on numerous occasions that, and I quote, the Conservatives' plan on housing was to give tax breaks to wealthy landlords. He typecasted all landlords as wealthy crooks while ignoring key barriers to building new and affordable rental units. When this government was elected in 2015, they promised to scrap the GST on purpose-built new rental housing. Was their definition of a landlord a little different back then? For months, housing experts, home builders, and Conservatives have been sounding the alarm and calling on this government to finally follow through and do something to address the housing crisis. Unfortunately, it took a massive tank in the poll numbers for this government to finally do the right thing and announce they are removing the GST on purpose-built rentals. I wonder if they'll actually keep this promise. After 8 years of this government, housing costs have more than doubled. A recent C.D. Howe study determined that in Vancouver, nearly $1.3 million on the price of an average home comes from unnecessary red tape added by government bureaucracy. In many parts of the world, that kind of money would buy you multiple houses or a mansion. But in Vancouver, it would get you about 60% of the average home, just enough to pay the taxes, delays, fees, regulations, and high-priced consultants that were involved in building it. In my community of Abbotsford, the city needs to nearly double its housing starts over last year just to reach the new targets set by the province. Nobody wants to build new homes in Abbotsford because all of the hurdles they've had to jump through and my city is far from alone. According to rental.ca, the average monthly rent in Canada hit a record of $2,100. A recent graduate in an entry-level job who is paying back tens of thousands of dollars in student loans can't afford that. A senior on a fixed income who has to move, who's already struggling to pay their bills, can't afford that. A young mom, a single mother working 2 jobs for her kids, can't afford that. It's just gotten so bad. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe there is consensus in the House of Commons now that we need to do much more on housing. So will the government commit to linking infrastructure funding to housing completions so that big city gatekeepers will finally start approving more housing developments? Will the government commit to linking transit funding to housing completions so that our students and seniors can live close to public transit? Will the government penalize NIMBYism, which is stopping certain developments from taking place where housing costs are very high? Will the government commit to providing more money to communities, like a bonus when they decide to build more homes so people can afford to have a place to live? Will the government commit to offloading federal assets to build more affordable homes? In April, Mr. Speaker, I asked the former Minister of Housing if he would allow the hard-working home builders, many of whom are small business owners, if he would allow them to get back to work to build the homes Canadian needs. I'll ask the Parliamentary Secretary the same. Is his government prepared to act, get out of the way, and let home builders finally build homes and not label them as tax cheats no longer?
Here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like previous speakers, I'd like to say thank you for serving in this capacity tonight. It's great to see you in the green chair. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague from Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon, for the question. I'm always glad to have the opportunity to speak about this government's record on housing, and I'm excited to talk about our plans for the future, because this government has prioritized housing since the beginning of this mandate. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we are the government that started Canada's first national housing strategy. When the previous government didn't even have a Minister of Housing, there wasn't anybody in that government that carried the portfolio of housing, and their record on housing is abysmal. Their plan on housing going forward has received similar reviews from experts such as Dr. Mike Moffat from right here in Ottawa. You don't need to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mike Moffat referred to the leader of the Conservatives' plan on housing as an incredibly weak plan that would substantially increase federal bureaucracy. He says that the Tory plan comes with a condition around average rents and something about below market rent. Mr. Speaker, we have removed the HST as per our commitment on all purpose-built rentals, and since that we've seen thousands of new commitments from developers right across this country to either change their plans to build from building condos to build purpose-built rentals. It is a plan which is having an impact today, Mr. Speaker. I spoke to a developer last week who said a 5,000 unit condo development is all being shifted to purpose-built rentals. This is good news for Canadians. The Conservatives can stand there and say that it was their idea. Hysterical. They've been in opposition for almost 8 years, and they've never talked about removing the HST on purpose-built rentals. Indeed, we had it in our platform previously, and as soon as the National Housing Accord came out, as soon as they made that recommendation, they made a presentation to our government, and we took quick action. Some in this House say that the federal government should abandon housing. Certainly, my colleague opposite has said the federal government should get out of the housing sector and leave it to the provinces. Mr. Speaker, we believe that we have a strong role to play in helping Canadians meet their housing needs, and since 2015, this government has invested more than $30 billion to support, create, and repair 500,000 homes. That's not trivial, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about millions of Canadians that have a safe and affordable home over their heads because of the National Housing Strategy and the money that we've implemented through it since 2017. Mr. Speaker, I'm often heard talking about co-ops, cooperative housing. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments over the last 25 years or so have neglected the need to build purpose-built, non-market housing. My favorite version of that is co-ops, because I grew up at the Chautauqua Co-op. Now, one of the first things that I wanted to talk about when I came to Ottawa was the importance of building more co-ops. And in the most recent budget on housing, we've seen a $1.5 billion investment in co-op housing. That's already making a huge impact on the sector. The co-op housing sector is invigorated and revitalized, and we're seeing more non-market houses get built. And that's something that the Mulroney government ended entirely, and no government since ours reaffirmed a pledge to recommit to. Except, Mr. Speaker, our government is getting more co-ops built, we are getting more homes built, and unlike the Conservative plan, which has received negative reviews from experts across the country, including the development sector, including the construction sector, and academics, like Dr. Mike Moffat, ours is being received well, and we're making things happen immediately. And through that historic national housing strategy, we've been helping people throughout this country find suitable housing. We're proud of this, and it's making a big impact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
All I can say, Mr. Speaker, is too little, too late. If you ask any member of the Liberal caucus that was elected in the 2015 general election, if they could imagine a Canada today where a price for a home in Abbotsford in 2015 could be bought for under $400,000, to fast forward 8 years and see that very house be on the market for $1.3 to $1.4 million. Under this government, the social contract between all Canadians and their government to ensure that they have a safe and affordable place to live has been eliminated. Oftentimes the Liberals talk about extremism growing in this country, and I'm afraid of extremism too. I'm afraid of neo-Marxism. I'm afraid of the government trying to fix every problem. And the reason we're facing extremism is because the government screwed up so badly on housing that an entire generation of people are not going to be able to have the joy of home ownership or the security of it for their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I listened closely. And what I just heard, following my story, my personal story about co-op housing, which is a form of non-market housing, which is a form of social housing, is the member opposite refer to that as neo-Marxism. Mr. Speaker, I find that repulsive. We're talking about finding solutions to people's problems, and the market to date has not solved those problems. To suggest the government needs to get out of the way of the housing market is exactly the wrong path forward. The government needs to be involved in the building of non-market units, of new co-ops, and of supportive, affordable housing. And that's what our government has done since 2017, since we instituted this country's first ever national housing strategy. And I accept that the prices of houses right now, housing is unaffordable right now, but it would be worse had we not invested $30 billion. It would be a lot worse if we weren't removing the HST from purpose-built rentals, and we're going to keep investing in Canadians and in Canada and housing affordability on behalf of all of our neighbours.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I asked my question last week, it was as a result of being at the International Ploughing Match, which was a fantastic event in my riding. Most Member of Parliament should actually take the time to go and speak with the people that produce our food, and I did that. And the message I got back from them was loud and clear. The carbon tax is making their lives a whole lot more difficult because it makes everything they do more expensive. If they're driving their combine, they're paying a carbon tax on the gas. If they're drying their grain, they're paying a carbon tax on the gas to dry the grain. And what does that do, Mr. Speaker? It does a whole bunch of things. Number one, it makes exports more difficult because Canadian products are now more expensive. And who's our number one trading partner, Mr. Speaker? That's the United States. They don't have a carbon tax on their farmers. So our farmers are automatically at a disadvantage when they're trying to export their products to the United States. There's a bill that this government, these Liberals, opposed to remove the carbon tax from farm fuels. It would be a great solution. Now, the other problem with this is that it makes everything more expensive. We know this because everyone through the supply chain is now paying a carbon tax, and that makes the price of food more expensive. And what have we seen as a result of that? What we've seen is Canadians saying, I can't afford to pay for food. We hear from seniors visiting food banks. Those numbers are skyrocketing. I have constituents every single week calling my office, sending me emails saying, we can't afford our grocery bill. Our grocery bill is now going on our credit card. We're paying off our credit card with our line of credit. This is an economic disaster, and it's caused by this Liberal government. Now, they're going to say things like, you don't care about climate change, what about natural disasters, all these kinds of things. Or they'll come up with the one big one, which is most Canadian families get more money back. All of these things are completely inaccurate. First of all, the carbon tax will not prevent natural disasters. Canadian carbon emissions are 1.5% of global carbon emissions. Even if we completely eliminated all our emissions, a country like China will use up all that space in less than 1 year. Year over year, 10% increase. Their year-over-year increase is more than our entire carbon emissions, Mr. Speaker. So even if we go to zero, it won't stop any of the effects they're talking about because there's no carbon dome over Canada. As much as they might try and say that that's what happens, it absolutely does not. The carbon tax is hurting Canadians. They can quote the PBO all they want, but the PBO, when they looked at the cost, a distributional analysis of the cost of the carbon tax throughout the entire economy, Canadian families are paying more, but then they're also paying it to heat their home. They're paying it to drive to work. And guess what? In my riding, people heat their homes with propane and they drive long distances to work. The carbon tax is killing them. It is making them have to make terrible choices with their personal finances. The simple solution is to cut the carbon tax and deal with greenhouse gas emissions in another way, because Canadians can't have alternatives. People in my riding drive their cars, heat their homes with propane. They have no alternatives. They get punished no matter what as a result of this government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and once again, it's nice to see you in the green chair. Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by my colleague opposite are, what we've heard from the Conservatives over and over again. They would like to blame carbon pricing for all of the affordability challenges that are faced by Canadians. Yet, it's clear to me that this member hasn't gone to an economist. They haven't even looked at the simple math. They haven't read the PBO report, which indicates that carbon pricing not only works, but the price on pollution instituted by this federal government as the backstop program gives back to 80% of families more than they pay. And Mr. Speaker, like the member opposite, I live in a rural riding too. A lot of my community is agriculture based. A lot of my community drives long distances to work, and a lot of my constituents use home heating oil in order to heat their homes too. So I understand full well the impact that the price on carbon has on the economy, and I'm also at the same time listening to economists which have indicated that sure, pricing carbon causes a moderate increase to the price of food, but let's look at how much. For an average family of 4 in Ontario, it's less than $3. Why? Because there's no HST on food, food's not taxed, and there's also something called the output-based allocations, which mitigates a lot of those concerns back to industry, such as farm fuels, as my colleague acknowledged, are mostly fossil fuels. They're exempt from the price on carbon, Mr. Speaker. That's something that the members opposite ignore entirely. It's also important to recognize that all of those Conservative members, including the member from Caledon, ran on a promise to price pollution. When Erin O'Toole was the leader of the Conservative Party in their election platform back in 2021, they all ran on a commitment to price carbon. I actually knocked on doors in Caledon in the last election for the Liberal candidate. And there are a lot of environmentalists that live in downtown Caledon. They want to know that we're fighting climate change because they recognize that things like wildfires and floods, no, a price on pollution doesn't automatically prevent them, as if it's some sort of fairy tale that the member just, popped the bubble of. That's not how it works. But we do have to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, and the price on pollution, carbon pricing, is the cheapest and the best way to do that, according to expert economists, paleoclimatologists, and people who actually study this for a living. Now, the member opposite mentioned one thing, that Canada's 1.5% of the global emissions. That's true. We're also 0.5% of the global population. What does that mean? Simple math. Might not be something that the member opposite believes in, because he also doesn't believe in climate change, and as I've acknowledged either, if you don't believe in climate change and simple math, it's possible you might not believe in gravity either, but it's right in front of us. If we are 0.5% of the global population and responsible for 1.5% of emissions, that means we're responsible for 3 times the average amount of anybody else from another country, Mr. Speaker. That's too much. We all have a role to play. Conservatives used to be a party of personal accountability. Let's be accountable for our own actions. Let's make sure that our personal finances are sacrosanct. That is not the case with this Conservative government. They've completely abandoned the concept of accountability. And only just in the last couple of years, since this new member from Carleton's been leading their party down a downward spiral of Tucker Carlson conspiracy theory videos and climate change denial. But that doesn't change the fact that carbon pricing works, climate change is real, and this government is committed to affordability, where the party opposite has no credibility.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say a couple things. Number one, I won that election, the election 2019 by 9 points. After that member came and canvassed in my riding, I won by 19 points. So I hope he'll come and canvass in my riding again in the next election. I'll go up by another 9 or 10 points. It's always disappointing for a member who is a former symbol of this country to take his commentary in a debate down to a level where he attacks people saying we don't believe in gravity. It's incredibly disappointing for a former national figure, but unfortunately, this member always stoops to that level when he engages in debate. The fact of the matter is this: the PBO made it very clear most families actually do pay more. And if you actually talk to a farmer, they might show him their bill for drying grain, which includes a carbon tax, which for some farmers is upwards of $100,000 a year. It needs to go, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Personal attacks on my character and my former career notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, I don't care. That doesn't matter. What matters is that we're standing up for Canadians, we're standing up for affordability, and we're fighting climate change, because that's what I heard at the doors in Milton, and that's what I heard at the doors in Caledon. Congratulations to the member for being elected. I wish you luck in future elections. I would say that in the last election, where you won by more than the previous one, they also all ran on a commitment to fight climate change, which they've since abandoned. So, like I said, when I was knocking on doors in Caledon, I heard loud and clear that climate change and fighting it was a priority. And running on a commitment to price carbon was part of that platform. I wonder what they're going to plan to do in the next election, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite mentioned grain drying. The farm fuel exemption applies to the gas that people use for drying grain as well. So the spread of misinformation on that side is rampant, and they've got to stick to the facts and talk to some experts about carbon pricing and fighting climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 19h.
It being 7:39, the House will now stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.